Hello. So let's start taking our seats. We're about to start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Enrique Nieto. I'm the team leader of the Rural Pact Support Office, and a very warm welcome to this policy lab on rural areas and communities in the post-2027 EU budget and policies. For me, it's a real pleasure to see many members of the Rural Pact community gathered today here from all across Europe. Despite the difficulties, I know many of you has had to arrive to Brussels, so it's really an honor to welcome you today. We are here on a very important topic. We are here to discuss and exchange about how the next generation of EU policies can best support rural areas. I'm very proud that we organized this event because we are fulfilling an important mandate and ambition that we have in the Rural Pact, which is about making and bringing the voices of rural actors, rural communities up and put their ambitions, aspirations in the political agendas. Today we have a very important task. It's a task for all of us, and is to reflect on the Commission proposals for the next round of EU policies, to exchange on our ideas and come up with recommendations to help making these policies work better for rural areas in the future. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And now it is really my pleasure to welcome on the stage Ms. Catherine Gelin, Director for Strategy Policy Analysis of DG Agri, European Commission, to open this event. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Good morning and welcome to this important event of the Rural Pact. It is a pleasure for me to open your meeting, and I hope that I will give you a sense of how important this event is for us in the Commission, but also more generally for those we are working for, so those who are living in rural areas. This is so important. This policy lab is dedicated, rooted into in the European Commission's ambitious multi-annual financial framework for the period 2028-2034. So, as you know, it's never easy to design a multi-annual financial framework, but this one is particularly challenging. Let's look at the big picture before we deep dive into, what is the main scope of our event. At EU level, we have new priorities, and let me mention in particular the fact that security and defense is important. We have a war at our border, and this priority is on our agenda has been on our agenda when we have designed this multi-annual financial framework. We also need, and this was very clear from the report from Mario Draghi on competitiveness, we need also to further invest massively, including in rural areas, obviously, because we as Europe are lagging behind, and we need to make sure that we prepare our future. We know that what we invest today and what we will invest in 2028 will be decisive for our life, for the life of EU citizens in the following 10 to 20 years. We are also in a very uncertain global environment. I don't think I need to further explain that. We all know that. And for that, we need also to make sure that though we keep the medium-term objective, the long-term objective of what we want to do as European for our future life, we need also to be more agile and give ourselves some flexibility to act and react in a context where we sometimes feel like we have a polycrisis to handle. And to do all this, we have resources which are important. I think I can safely say that this multi-annual financial framework is the highest that we've ever had. That's an important one with increasing own resources. But still, these remains scarce resources. So we need to make sure that we also make the decision on the right priorities and where we can also have the most important impact on the ground and delivering EU support where it is most needed and in the most agile and quick and fast, efficient way. So that's why the next MFF has been designed with a new architecture, a new model that aims at making sure that we are more flexible, more simple, more impactful, and that we give also more responsibility to member states to make sure that what is being done is adequate to local needs, to their national needs, but also to local needs. That's super important. So the new long-term budget that we have prepared bring together EU funds that will be implemented, as you know, by member states and regions under one coherent strategy with cohesion and agriculture policy, and I should add also and fisheries policy at its core. And this strategy will be implemented through the national and regional partnership plan that will identify clearly for each member state, for each region, investments and reforms to better address the challenges that we are facing. This plan will not be prepared in isolation. They will be designed and implementing in close partnership between the Commission and the member states, the regions, the local communities, and other relevant stakeholders. Something that we all know very well, and in particular, for those who are, and I think we are all familiar with the Common Agricultural Policy, the current one, we are very familiar with strategic planning as well as designing together in consulting, engaging with multi-stakeholder, the CAP strategic plan. And that will remain, that will even be broadened and extended to all sectors of the European economy. We have heard, so when we published our MFF proposal in July, we've heard since then many concerns, not just with rural communities, to be honest with you, many concerns. I was yesterday in the Parliament in an event with farmers where I've heard also a lot of concerns, but we've heard also that your concerns, the concerns raised by rural community about the perceived, and I will explain why I say perceived, loss of policy focus for rural areas. A couple of days ago, I think it was last week, we've heard also in the context of the gathering of the Rural Parliament in Scotland, this sentence, which of course says something important to us. Where is the place of rural areas and communities in the Commission's proposal? You ask that. And we want to discuss that with you today. Let me be clear, rural areas still matter. They are super important. So it's not that we give up with that and we say to member states, spend the money like you want, and we will not, as the Commission, we will not make sure that rural areas are an important part of their plan. And we will have a number of tools for that. First of all, let me say that The plans are guided by some key principles which are important, and there is a much more integrated approach that we will have with this new partnership approach. And you've called for this integrated approach. I'm not saying it's easy, but you've said that there is a kind of also silos between the different EU policies. So having a plan where you look at all the toolbox that you have in the different policy and policy areas might also help. Of course, it's a different way of working, obviously, both for us in the Commission, but also at member state level, at regional level, at local level. But it's worth using that approach because it is clearly aiming at having an integrated approach where you don't look at whether you are going to, your needs are fitting into the different policies area, but you have a toolbox and then you can use that toolbox in an integrated manner. So that's very important. Synergy can then be built, and we have many examples of that. And I guess in the following presentation, Fabio will share with you some examples. So I don't want to expand. But there are many examples that we can think about where combining, this investment approach, we can do a better job when it comes to investment to further improve the prosperity of rural areas, to further improve also digital innovation, entrepreneurship, make sure also that we take care of our natural resources, our climate. So all this is going to be super important. I already mentioned that there is a new governance approach that might be a bit destabilizing. I recognize that. But again, it's important to say that it's not that we are not familiar at all with this approach in our rural areas and working together. As I said, strategic planning, targeting, performance-based approach. We already have that. We already had that with the former second pillar of the CAP. So we had that also with the first pillar. So basically, we are building not on a blank page, but on something that we have already experienced, and that is going to be demultiplied, expanded, broadened with this new partnership approach. I have mentioned a lot, I've made a lot of reference to the national and regional partnership, because this is where most of the money for rural areas will be. I didn't give any figure, but Fabio will give you, so I don't want to be boring with you, but we have a significant envelope that can be used in particular for the less developed region, but not only in the partnership. It is important also that we are not shy and that we are looking at also the European Competitiveness Fund as well as Erasmus+, where there are also fundings for rural community, for example, to accelerate clean transition project, connectivity infrastructure, boost bioeconomy solution, and help young people access quality training and empower our rural people mastering digital skills. So my message today is that in the format of this event, what we have tried to do is not just to advertise our proposal, our Commission's proposal, which of course we shouldn't be shy to do. We paid for that, that's normal. We defend it, but it's much more than that. What we want also to do is, after we have made sure that everybody has a clear understanding of what's in it for rural areas and rural communities, so make sure that there is a common, a shared understanding of this proposal, we want to listen to you. And I know that you could say, yeah, but the proposal is already on the table. Yes, but there is an ongoing important process, which is called the co-decision, the co-legislative process, where the Council and the Parliament are working on it. They have started. It's quite active in the council, and it's starting in the parliament. As I said, I was yesterday in the parliament, and believe me, I didn't receive only compliments about our proposal. But this is very important that we engage, because I firmly believe that the co-legislators have also a role to play to further improve our proposal. So we will engage with them, and we want you to engage with them also to make sure that we make the best out of it, so that you can also, your voice can also help us to, can help us to shape also a narrative, steer the discussion also towards good, beneficial decisions, and I would even go further, saying, and influence a positive outcome for rural areas in the negotiation of the proposal. So it's not just that we've made the proposal and now it's up to the council and the parliament and you just have to think about implementation. You can also be part. We want to empower you. We want you to be part also of the meaningful conversation with the co-legislator to make sure that the voice of rural areas and rural people are heard, and that your concerns are taken into account where it is needed and necessary. We will also today, in addition, discuss about how we can be prepared, whatever the outcome of the negotiation will be. We can be prepared together, Commission, Member States, regional authorities, stakeholders, how we can be prepared also to the implementation of what will be decided. And that's important to be prepared, because 2028, if this is happening in 2028, it's tomorrow. And the design of the plan will have to start rather shortly. So we want to make sure also that we are all ready to start together designing this plan. We will have tools, obviously. We will have the CAP recommendation, where there will be a dedicated part for rural areas. You can count on us and count on DG Agri for that. And I could say on the Commission, obviously, because there is a solidarity and common approach. But I think it's important to say that let's also work together so that we are better prepared, and you make the most out of it when the plan will be designed. Because we recognize that this new governance is a challenge. It's a new way of working. So let's try to figure out how it could work and how together we can make the best out of it. So engaging with policymakers at all levels, advocate for rural interest, and ensure that the plan developed in partnership between the EU, member states and region will help to optimize funding to tackle genuine challenges for rural communities. So thank you very much for the time you're going to spend with us today. That is, we know your time is precious, but this is super important to us. And thank you for your commitment in this policy lab, and in the upcoming also meetings that you will have. And let's seize this moment together to make sure that we further improve prosperity and attractiveness of rural areas and serve better all those who are living in rural areas. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for the nice words. I think I take from you that we are creating this space of dialogue. You clearly mentioned that the Commission is now listening, but in a dialogue there are two sides. There are those listening and those that need to speak up, and that's precisely the purpose of today's meeting. I would like to clarify that you are still in this event, despite of what is written here. This is actually a meeting that will take place tomorrow of the Rural Pact Coordination Group, which is the steering the activities of the Rural Pact. We will fix it very soon, but you are still in the Policy Lab. And now I would like to welcome my colleague Ursula, who is going to drive us on the sessions that will happen before the coffee break. So, Ursula.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Enrique. Thanks, everybody. Thanks very much, Catherine, also for your contribution. I was asked to speak from this microphone because I understand there's somebody going to fix the lectern, so apologies for a slight confusion. Maybe I just hide this for the moment, if it's okay. So what I would really like to share with you is, first of all, we had an exceptionally high number of expressions of interest to attend this event. This is confirming what has just been said, that this is an extremely important moment in time and an extremely important discussion. So you are the ones who have been lucky to get here, and there are quite a few of those who were not able to join us, who are hopefully watching the web streaming or will be able to watch the recording, just to be sure that you convey the messages from this event further on, because there's just a very few people who could manage to be here. How you have been, what is the composition? The two biggest groups, naturally, is the non-governmental organizations who are involved in advocacy, in representing the rural voices, and the public authorities who will be involved in the programming of the next period. So basically, but there are also, of course, other groups where we're happy to see leader action groups, the Rural CAP networks, and so on. Why are we here? That has already been said. Maybe I don't have to repeat it, but just to enable understanding first, as Catherine has stressed, and then to reflect and to see what still can be improved and how to prepare. And then I would just like to share with you some of your own responses, the responses of the people who were registering to this event. We asked them some tricky questions, knowing that you are not perhaps fully aware of the proposals as they are, but we asked them. We asked you what you think were the positive elements, what you think were not necessarily so positive, what impact they will have on the rural areas, and just to show you a few of the responses. Well, the synergies, bringing out the synergies through one single national regional partnership plan, this is considered very much a positive element. However, is already some of the more detailed questions, we see that there is big discrepancy, but there are big differences between responses. So the European semester for Commission to be more involved in the country-specific recommendations, generally positive, but quite a few people say no impact, or they just don't know, because this is something that is not well yet understood. The more subsidiarity, generally considered positive, and the integrated strategies, that is considered largely positive. The minimum allocation for farming is slightly more mixed, and again, a big proportion of people who say don't know. Yes, it is definitely a good thing for most people, but that's a bit mixed. Now, for the leader allocation, this is probably the most controversial of the questions that we asked. And you can see that, well, the biggest part of you says it's going to be negative, the fact that there is no ring fencing, no obligatory minimum. Although, yes, it is still mandatory to use leader, but without specifying how much money should go for it. And this competitiveness, again, people generally feel, yes, it is probably something important, that majority, but there are also mixed feelings. So this is what you responded without having heard all the explanations here. But it's still interesting, because this is what your colleagues, your stakeholders from your organizations, this is the impression they have, probably. So it's important to make sure that these concerns and fears are addressed and clarified. Also, the simplification of rules. Yes, this is generally considered positive. We are talking about simplification all the time, but quite a few people still say, well, we don't really know. And then there was an open question where you were asked to say, okay, what else are you worried about or concerned with? And this is just a small selection. There were a lot of very interesting answers. We tried to select, well, let's say, from a range of very positive, like yes, the multi-fund approach can be a good thing, at least potentially. There will be opportunities and synergies, but how to capitalize on them, how to use them, how to make them. The loss of the sector-specific nuance, so this whole issue of where are the rural, where is agriculture, where is fisheries, it is a little bit not clear. And the same person also said, but the emphasis should be on inclusive governance. The question of leader policies, why has the Commission, for some people, withdrawn from responsibility? Okay, again, something to be discussed. The competition is an acceptable risk. Rural areas are in a weaker position. That has been many voices on that. The meaningful and stable conditions necessary for all Europeans. So the plea for rural areas and for leader to play a prominent role. The fear of short-term political priorities, if too much is left to member states' decisions, and the question of the member states who are more open to bottom-up approaches, and there are the ones who are more centralized, where probably these approaches might disappear, and the question of partnership principle. We are going to have a big discussion about that, hopefully later today. But this is, again, is it really strengthened or is it weakened, or how it will be? So just a few selection, and also your responses of who is already doing something about the next program period. It's fairly positive. I would say that very many people are already doing something in their member state, in their organization, in the region. And quite a few examples of what is already being done, making rural funding visible. That's a very, I think, important element at this stage still. Then already some countries are doing national rural review. There are a lot of meetings between stakeholders, the possibility to use the Rural Pact as a tool. And also stakeholders are taking positions already now. You will hear some of them. The regions are already working on integrated strategies. And there are a lot of studies and research projects which also contribute, give arguments, suggest solutions. So this is what you said. This is where we start today. And what we will go through today is let's say, the outline agenda, just as a reminder. We will hear more detail about the EC, the Commission's proposals. We will hear voices from civil society and experts. We will have an initial reaction from the European Parliament. And then after the break, we will have a panel with stakeholders representing different groups of stakeholders and their views, how these policies can deliver positive results. And then we will have a slightly special part of the event, a ceremony to recognize those member states and regions that have made a commitment recently or are going to make a commitment to the Rural Pact to get the rural areas to prepare the rural areas to benefit from the next period. That will be just before the lunch break. So after lunch, we will go into working groups, and we have 3 big topics which I will talk about later, and you will be able to contribute much more actively. Here in the first sessions, unfortunately, well, we don't have a lot of time for your contributions, but we still would like you to have an active role in the discussions after lunch, and then, of course, concluding and proposals. So that's, sorry, I wasn't planning to do that. I just wanted to finish for this. I hope that you are set to work and to contribute and to have ideas. But I think the main question for now is, what is actually in those proposals? What do these proposals involve? So we have Fabio Cossu from DG Agri, who will be presenting to us a more detailed let's say, outline. And I hope that you can now use the...
I have two.
Ah,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. Oh, never mind.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in person, and I understand also online. And Fabio Coswo, work in DG Agri in the Policy Perspective Unit. Our policy is devoted to strategy analysis and the long-term orientation of the common agricultural policy. But today I have the more exciting task to speak to you about, to delve into the possibilities that are offered under the Commission proposal for 2028-2034 for rural areas and communities. It was very exciting to put this slide together. The task is challenging, also because I know you're a very attentive audience, so I really need to pay attention to what I'm going to say. I want to take the cue from, Catherine already painted the general picture, but it's good, I think, to start again from here and with some numbers that were promised. To frame it a bit, what is the context? So what we can expect in terms of general context in which support to rural areas and community will need to play, a context and with paint a budget that it's ambitious, but at the same time needs to address old and new priority, as Catherine said. But also a context in which the Commission has really made a huge effort in simplifying delivery, moving from around 50 spending program to only 16. And there is a lot of simplification that comes with it, not only in terms of programming, coherence, a single rule book, but also, let's say, facilitating access from beneficiaries, and then finally a delivery on the ground. And also a very important context in which this budget, let's say, provides more headspace for addressing challenges that are that can emerge, that are unforeseen. So the use of budget will be more flexible in a way, and addressing certain rigidities that exist today, where all the money is already allocated for seven years without any possibility to move it around to address pandemics, for example. My presentation will focus on that blue part of the diagram, because, as Catherine said, most of the money they will expect member state will tap in for support to rural areas come from this new programming instrument that is the National Regional Partnership Plans. And there are certain characteristics that I think I want to put up front, because they are key to this new programming instrument. We are talking about a one plan, so it's a simpler framework with a simplified implementation structure, one set of rules spanning across policy areas which today are characterized by their own programming, their own approach to programming, and their own rules. So with the intention of ensure more coherence in planning and also enable synergies between them, and we will come to that later. And I want also to stress that this exercise in planning will not be done only at the highest level and in a vacuum. The partnership principle, the one that still applies today for structural fund, cohesion, the CAP, will continue to be central in the way these plans will be crafted, with obligation for member state for planning, so for developing the plan, but also for implementation, to involve the widest, let's say, audience of stakeholders possible, and thus including partners in rural areas. And these programs also embed huge flexibility and the possibility for member states to really, thanks also to this comprehensive partnership, to adapt the delivery and the planning and the instrument to use to their national need, the needs of the regional level and local level and the sectors. And this in practice, let's say, happens because while we are talking about one single plan, this plan could have and will have different, let's say, planning sections, so dedicated chapters that could be at sectoral level, at territorial, a regional level. And of course, I talked about national, regional priorities, but this is EU money, and money should be spent on the priorities that have a common relevance, so where they can deliver the highest impact for the EU as a whole. So When planning, member states will also be asked to consider EU priorities and challenges that have been identified from the European level through set of country recommendation, like the one coming from the European semester or the national recommendation for the CP, other, let's say, national programming tools that stem from EU obligation. And now let's address the elephant in the room, the money. So how do we pay for all of this? So this looks complicated, but I'm going to walk you through it. So national regional partnership plans. So the fund that we use as a shorthand, the National Regional Partnership Plan, because the name is really long, but it does include also reference specifically to rural areas, account for 865 billion euro. So this is the overall envelope at European level. But this envelope will be delivered to different mechanisms. So the higher part of the chart, where you see EU Facility Interreg, this is money that is not going to be allocated. It is a pot of money that stays at EU level. It is not pre-allocated to the national level and serve to support and finance European level project and priorities, like, for example, the Interreg. And there are also instruments under the EU Facility, which are EU level action, that are important for rural areas, but I'm not going to delve into it, like support for social innovation, microfinancing, for example, or capacity building. What for us is more interesting to focus on is the envelope that is in the pink or orange. So these are the envelope around 783 billion that will be allocated, pre-allocated to member states. And this also, it's important to understand that under this envelope, there are certain sub-envelope, let's say, part of money that is earmarked, ring-fenced for specific purpose, and some other parts are not. For example, around 294 billion will be dedicated and ring-fenced and secured for CAP-related interventions, so with a specific focus on farming and forestry. We usually say that it's a minimum because, in fact, this is where the non-allocated part of the money that goes in at the national envelope, member state can draw on this non-allocated, ring-fenced, non-ring-fenced budget in order to either reinforce the same CAP intervention, so income support intervention, but most importantly, this pot of money will be used to support other CAP interventions that are not in the ring-fence budget, which are particularly relevant for rural areas, like leader and territorial local cooperation initiatives. But even most important, the same amount, the same non-ring-fence envelope, of course, is where member state and region will need to draw from to address economic and social territorial cohesion objectives, and where most of the money directed, for example, that can be used for investment in rural areas will come from. Just to stay still in the budget. This, of course, the structure of the budget, so this allocated envelope that you've seen in pink will be distributed across member states. And among the criteria to distribute this envelope, it's also the key use for distributing this envelope also takes in consideration, let's say, the average level of development of the different regions expressed in GDP per capita, as long as the population at risk of poverty and exclusion in rural areas. This you see not as absolute value, but how, let's say, the different ring-fence and non-ring-fence enveloped within each member state and their weight. A message that we can draw from it, if you look at the green bar, is that, of course, when we consider money that comes and will be directed towards CAP income support intervention, we can say that still the CAP will continue to play a role for rural development in the, let's say, in the broader sense. But when it comes to support rural development initiative beyond farming, of course, this is where the pink, let's say, bar, so the non-allocated money from member state allocated to member state will play a key role. And here, of course, the headspace will change according to the geography. We leave the budget aside and we dive now a little bit more into the details of planning or strategic planning. So Catherine said What is not changing with respect to the present is that the national and regional partnership plan will continue to have a strategic approach. The entry point for strategic planning will be specific objectives that have been defined, outlined at European level, so that match European priorities. You see here highlighted two specific entry points for this strategic planning that is absolutely relevant for rural areas because they make direct reference to fostering strategies for integrated development of urban and rural areas and attractiveness and living standards, including the access to healthcare for rural areas. This is not said that, so this provides the first, let's say, entry point for member states when planning the intervention for rural areas. But of course, it's not said that intervention for rural areas will not need to support also other objectives that are absolutely relevant, like, for example, when it comes to supporting cohesion or democracy. And further than that, when planning member states, we spoke about recommendation, they will need also to take in account certain requirements. And there are very important territorial requirements that member states will need to take in account when planning in order for let's say, the plans to take in account the different level of development of the regions in the member state in order not to forget the needs of specific territories. So it's really an obligation. This almost comes word by word by the regulation, but it's an obligation for member states when planning to have to keep this territorial focus, to demonstrate, and the Commission will assess this, of course, and the stakeholders will have also the chance to see it in the plan and influence how the plan is supposed to address the specific needs, for example, for rural areas, but also a description of how the plan, so the measure intervention in the plan, will foster territorial and local cooperation, specifically through integrated territorial development and the use of leaders. So these are all planning details that will need to be find their place in the plans. So what does it mean in practice? It looks complicated again. I will walk you through again. But I think it was very exciting when putting this together because, frankly, it convinced me also of the great opportunities that are offered by this new programming instrument, even if they couldn't seem so at the first sight. So let's focus in the middle. This is a completely fictitious exercise, so bear with me. So imagine that a member state will define a series of measure intervention. You can find a central picture, you can find one. And this measure intervention will be, let's say, in boxes, which are chapters of the plan. And let's imagine that a member state will define a chapter that is dedicated to rural development, a territorial rural chapter, one national chapter for the support of infrastructure, and then, of course, a sectoral chapter for agriculture. So what this tells us, so all this intervention will help contribute to specific and general objectives under the plan. And we can draw, I think, at least two interesting conclusions. So take, for example, investment in rural tourism. For example, these are specific, it comes an intervention, a measure that comes specific under a chapter dedicated to rural, but of course, the same measure will also address, let's say, objectives that are beyond, beyond the mere attractiveness of rural areas, contributing also to broader economic, social, environmental objectives. On the other hand, if you take, let's say, strategic planning as an entry point, so the last objective of improving the attractiveness, living standard for rural areas, so there's just a really focused objectives for rural, you will see that many measures in the plan, not only under territorial chapter, can contribute to this objective. Where does this lead us? This leads us to an element that Catherine was really highlighting, so the possibility to create synergies by default under this new programming tool. And this, for me, when it comes to support rural areas, is really important because it can really enable a concentration of resources, but also coherent in the intervention to support areas that are critical for rural areas, like access to education and skills, or infrastructure, including connectivity. Well, today we have, unless we have really serious coordinating tools at national level, are difficult to achieve because of different programming instruments with their own separate rules and criteria for accessing. And for me, it's also, let's say, even more relevant and interesting to consider this in the context of community-led local development initiatives, because by default, we will have the possibility to design strategies that are really integrated regardless where the money comes from. So in order to really plan in a way that is, multi-fund will not have any, there will not any meaning to the word. We probably should call it multi-sectoral or anything, but it will be already there by default for member state to grab. And I'm moving towards the end, but I want still to say, let's say, complete this deep dive with 3 other important elements that we need to take into account before moving to our next discussion. So governance, we touched upon quite rapidly when we spoke about partnership before, but here the main message is continuity. Basically, the national and regional partnership plans allow member state and region to continue to have, let's say, the same organization setting, and let's say member state can retain the existing governance bodies as today under cohesion or under the common agricultural policy. This happened, for example, for managing authorities. The only, let's say, additional request, if since the plan it's wider, there are many subjects and many areas to cover, member state will need to appoint a coordinating authority that act as the coordination and ensure, let's say, coherent approach across the plan. But this doesn't hamper a direct communication channel between the different managing authorities, including a regional level and the Commission. The same applies for monitoring committee. And I wanted to flag also that maybe they are hidden in the proposal. If you looked for them, I didn't find, but also the tool that we currently have, and thanks to which we are also here today. So the UN National CAP networks continue to be in place. And this, we know that for rural areas, it's also an important tool when it comes, for example, to facilitate exchange and capacity building, for example, across local action groups. Another message of continuity when it comes to the tools. Under the plans, under the new programming framework, the current set of tools for territorial development continues to exist, with certain characteristics in continuity with the past, but building also on the lesson learned from today. We'll not go into details now, but we will have the possibility to discuss later in the future. But just to say that there will be continuity in terms of the possibility to foster territorial local cooperation initiatives, bringing together the current practice that exists under cohesion, the common agricultural policy, or under the fishery policy in a single set of rules. Possibility to continue with integrated territorial and rural development approaches based on integrated strategies that will address all the objectives at the European level. The possibility to continue, of course, with community-led local development and including leader, which become an obligation for member states to establish as a support in their plan. And then as a final information. So since we have money, we have the tools, we will need also to check how this, in a way, are delivered on the ground. That's why at the European level and across all the MFF, not only for the National Regional Partnership Plan, the proposal established a common budget tracking and performance framework regulation to track the expenditure and performance of the EU budget. And this is a simple, unified, harmonized way that draws a direct link between what we finance, so the intervention, like for example in this case, the investment in basic service rural areas and leader, to the contribution to European priorities, and attach it to concrete performance indicators as output or result, to not only for planning purpose, but also to track progress on the ground. But what I think is most important for us here today is the Annex 2 of this regulation that defines the territorial tracking allocation. It means that for each measure in the plan, regardless of where they're sitting, whatever chapter, a member state will need to pick and choose, let's say, and indicate what kind of territories that measure address and also an indication at what NUTS2 level. This is mandatory for the measure. This is a very powerful tool to understand ex ante, let's say, what kind of resources will end up in rural areas, for example, but also, let's say, ex post for tracking progress. So I will conclude, but I will leave you, since I covered a lot of ground, with let's say, a list of takeaways message that comes from my presentation. So just to sum up, if we need to reply on what's in it in the National Rural Partnership Plan in terms of rural support, we will have a single plan, but with embedded regional and territorial dimension. A strategic planning that starts with considering specific objectives, and there we have clear objectives that are relevant to rural areas and community. EU level steering through national recommendation that we will discuss with the Commission in order to, let's say, steer action of member state and region towards rural areas. What are the outcomes of this? It's addressing the challenges of rural areas in the plan. The mandatory implementation of the partnership principle that, together with the different level of governance, will ensure ownership on the ground, the territorial planning requirements, and the comprehensive toolbox in continuity with today that give the possibility to concentrate resource and deploy the right tools. The territorial targeting that will help us to track outcomes on the ground, and integrated development strategies that, thanks to the, let's say, the new planning framework, will enable better synergies. So I hope with this, maybe I didn't convince you completely, but I think that it's a very promising proposal to start working with. So I'm looking forward to engage further in the discussion to see how we can ensure the best outcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fabio. If you could stay a second here, because although we don't really have the time for discussion and comments at this stage, but I'm sure you might have some clarification questions where something you would want to follow on something that Fabio has said. That this is the moment where you can, just to be completely clear, yes, Lydia? Gaia is just coming to you with, my colleague Vanetta. Okay.
Thank you very much. Is it working? Okay, thank you very much for this relatively detailed explanation. It's not easy to comprehend all the elements, and I think all of us agree with these guiding principles, but coming from the member states and knowing in different member states capacities, way of working and having experience, we are a bit afraid of capacities of member states to actually change the structure and implement all this plan and implement, and how this partnership principle will be really put in place. So that's our, I think, I would say, general worries. Sorry, I forgot to say my name, Lidija Pavić-Rogosić. I represent here a European Economic and Social Committee, but I come from Croatia, working also in area of rural development.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lydia. Maybe we will take one more question because we already have a second question, and then Fabio, you can answer both of them. Yes?
Can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. My name is Karl Bauer. I'm coming from Austria. I'm an active farmer. I'm engaged in the Austrian Chamber of Agriculture and also at COPA level. Thank you very much for this presentation. I have just one simple question about how can we manage this new process come to the ground as it is in our actual CAP implementation. What I see is the difference to now that upcoming decision at member states level might be taken by policymakers which are not that related to rural affairs or agricultural affairs as it is at the moment, because the new structure needs new reactions at member states level at least, and therefore I see a kind of struggle of different interests, which rural areas are affected as one of the struggling topics, and how can we manage it that we have more clarity, more stability for planning, more legal security in advance, because many of the decisions are focused as long-term. We heard it in the introduction, investments make decisions for 10 or 20 years. Yes, I absolutely agree with this, and this needs clarifying just at the very beginning, at an early stage. And I see a big danger in this construction as long as it's not clear that we have a ring-fenced body for rural, a ring-fenced budget for rural areas as it is foreseen in the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabio.
So thank you. No, I mean, there are concerns, not new and understandable. I mean, the capacity, yes. As Catherine said, it's the issue of capacity is a central one. We are confronted with a completely new model, and we will need to adjust. And this will happen at all levels, including us in the Commission, starting with and down to the local level. But we have, I mean, this will also, first of all, depends on the practice and the capacity at the member state level, and this can vary. There are tools to support also capacity building from the Commission side. From even the assistance that can be provided horizontally, also through European funding with specific and tailored technical support, a capacity building. Access is an exercise in which also the Commission will need to work together with Member States to ensure that the planning as intended by the proposal is really carried out in the ground, including keeping an eye on whether the partnership principle and demand, let's say, evidence from Member States on how the partnership principle and the consultation, more than consultation, the active involvement of all stakeholders will be, it's carried out on the ground. It's not that this tool doesn't exist, and we have still today, in some cases, in some countries, let's say it doesn't work, let's say, in the same way in the different countries. It's not that the new system will in a way worsen the situation. Let's say where the situation is not working today, we will need to make it work better tomorrow, regardless of the planning tool. And for the stability, well, I think that this is as much as we can get at this time. I mean, at this stage, considering the context and let's say and the principle that have moved the definition of the budget at European level. I think that when it comes to the CAP, I mean, we in any case the Commission has managed. In the interest of stability in the long-term perspective for the farming communities to secure a certain budget. It cannot be said the same thing, and you've seen it. I'm not, let's say, trying to selling something that is not in the proposal, the same level in a way of security for purely beyond farming rural support. This we need to state the things as they are. But this again, it's the allocation of money. We will know across the different priorities at national level or at European level as a whole when the plans will be there. So that's why planning and involvement and the phase of planning, it's fundamental to ensure that the member states take into account the regional and the local concerns in planning. So this is something that we cannot change in this stage of the proposal. If improvements will come, but money is there. The possibility to concentrate resources, I think I showed, is there. We really need to now make sure that the money flows where it's most needed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again, Fabio. I have to say, the good news is Fabio is staying with us for the rest of the day, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to ask more questions. For now, I don't think we can afford any more time. We have been taking more time than planned, but this also means that we will be clearer in the discussions afterwards. So now I would like to ask two representatives of civil society to refer also to the takeaway messages or key messages from two very important events that have recently taken place. First, there was the big Rural Pact conference in mid-September, and we have Karen Keaveney from the Rural Pact Coordination Group, who is going to bring the key messages. Some of you have been there, but not everyone, and I think it's good to have this distillation of the key points to remind us what already rural stakeholders said at that event about the future and about rural policies.
Thank you. I think it's difficult to follow Fabio after that. And in ways, while this is the key messages from the conference that happened around a month ago, it's also, I think, a response in many ways to the previous speaker. So I'm here on behalf of the Rural Pact Coordination Group. So the Rural Pact conference was held in rural Belgium over 2 days in September. And within that, we had 250 participants from across the 27 EU member states and also non-member states. And really, the focus was on advancing the Rural Vision 2040, on contributing to the update of the Rural Action Plan, and of course looking at the next steps for the Rural Pact. And of course the MFF was very much on the agenda. Importantly, there was very good participation and engagement with across the European Commission, with 11 different DGs represented. The conference was jointly opened and supported by Commissioner Hansen, Commissioner for Agriculture and Food, and also by Executive Vice President for Cohesion and Reforms, Rafael Fito. So in terms of emerging messages, they really came under two themes. And of course, firstly, the post-2027 policy framework was central. So in terms of the key findings, or the key messages, the conference really supports a strong and secure and viable and guaranteed rural dimension to the post-2027 policy framework, embedding rural objectives and vision in the national and regional plans, which Fabio has gone over there for us, with relevant indicators and monitoring systems to track how spending matches real rural needs. Within that, a very strong theme throughout the 2 days was that the ring fencing of funding for rural areas, for leader and community-led local development, and for smart villages was central to ensure continuity of support for rural development and EU policies' contributions to achieving the ambitions of the long-term vision for rural areas. Within that, there was a very strong call for simplifying rules and procedures, particularly around small rural projects, by reducing administrative burdens for local actors and maximising access to and management of EU funds. Data was also something that we talked about a lot, really understanding what is happening at rural level and providing evidence for rural territories by enhancing statistical coverage and strengthening the Rural Observatory to better inform policy design. And finally, under this theme, we also called for guaranteed, genuine, multi-level partnership by formalising the role of regional and local authorities, civil society, youth and community organisations in the design, implementation and monitoring of future rural policies. Thematically then, in terms of the key messages, a key message was around enabling vibrant and resilient rural territories. And within that, a call for recognising that rural areas are part of the solution to Europe's competitiveness, sustainability and resilience challenges by really harnessing their potential for innovation, for green and digital transitions, for the bioeconomy and social cohesion. Rural challenges and opportunities are broad and deserve support from all public administrations. We also very strongly called for the anchor to anchor the right to stay within the long-term vision for rural areas. And a lot we talked around was the right to stay, the right to return, the right to move. And really the right to stay should be an operational strategy to invest in services, infrastructure, housing, mobility and health, entrepreneurship and economic development in order to make rural areas viable for families and businesses. Also there, we called for empowering rural communities, youth and civil society as co-creators of solutions by providing small-scale funding, participatory governance tools and capacity building for locally led innovation. And finally, under this theme, strengthen the Rural Pact as a permanent mechanism for dialogue and coordination by establishing national and regional rural pacts across member states which mirror the European one. So just to give a sense of, over the 2 days, there were a number of plenary sessions and also a strong number of very interactive sessions from which a lot of the key messages are derived. And within that, and I won't go into too much detail on these, but there was many group discussions that ranged and highlighted in areas discussing digitalisation, to right to stay, from competitiveness to inclusivity. It really was an intensive 2 days with a lot of feedback and recommendations. Finally, in terms of the key recommendations for the future, the conference called for a creation of national and rural pacts and regional rural pacts that mirror the EU Rural Pact. And what is key here is translating the long-term vision for rural areas into place-based strategies owned by multiple ministries, not just agriculture, and engaging local and regional authorities, communities and civil society in coordinated action. The conference also called to institutionalise multi-level and cross-sector cooperation between municipalities, regions and national authorities to deliver services, mobility and resilience. Again, moving away from those silos we've already spoken about. There was a call to guarantee long-term, multi-annual and earmarked support for rural development and leader and community-led local development, and not just within CAP. And embedding rural proofing also was central in terms of systematically at both EU and national levels to identify and correct regulatory and fiscal barriers that disadvantage rural areas. The conference also very much strongly focused on empowering rural communities and in particular rural youth as co-creators of solutions through participatory governance, local self-assessment tools and stable small-scale funding. Finally, and I think it's very clear, people are central. And really, the conference called for an investment in people and inclusion by expanding rural incubators, one-stop shops and local hubs for entrepreneurship, training and care services, particularly supporting women and vulnerable groups so that rural areas become attractive places to live, work and stay. So that's a very quick summary of the findings from the conference. Thank you.
Thanks. Perfect. And also perfect on time. Thank you. Just to say, the highlights report from the conference is now uploaded on the event website, so you can go to that report and refresh your memory and have much more details about what was discussed there than now. Just also, Fabio's presentation, Karen's presentations, all the PowerPoints that we are using here will be available on the event on our Policy Lab website very soon after the event. So you don't have to take photos. You will be all that will be available very shortly. Okay, so the first event I mentioned was the conference. Now the second event that was not so long ago, 2 weeks ago, was the European Rural Parliament. So this is a big, let's say, celebration of civil society, rural civil society meeting together. It happens every more or less 2 years. This year it was in Scotland. And we have Tom Jones from the European Rural Communities Alliance, who will bring back the declaration, or just tell us about the outcomes and the declaration of the event. Tom, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. Catherine, Fabio in particular. I don't have the skills of Karen, the previous speaker, but you will have noticed and you will hear that there's a lot of similarity and commonality between the two conferences. The 6th European Rural Parliament, the Rural Youth Parliament, and the first Michael Dower Memorial Awards ceremony were held just 2 weeks ago from the 20th to the 23rd of October in Inverurie in Scotland. This remarkable and, in my view, highly successful event was organised by a combined team, many of whom were volunteers or who gave time above and beyond their paid responsibility. They comprised my fellow colleagues in ERCA, Prepare, ELAD and Rural Youth Europe, as well as the generous support of Aberdeen Council, some significant private sector sponsorship and the support in kind and finance of the Scottish Government. But first among equals was the immense contribution of SRA, the Scottish Rural Action, in their easily recognisable yellow shirts, who delivered as much and more of what they promised when tendering to host the event. Politicians, policymakers from across Europe, both rural and urban, should benefit from the core work, the basic understanding, and the benefit of listening, debating, and prioritisation of the European Rural Parliament. Over 400 attendees from some 40 European countries participated, bringing knowledge, experience, passion, and constructive suggestions for the future of rural Europe into some 29 workshops, panels, summits, and plenaries. They also brought expectations, affirmed principles for community-led development, and a wee dram of humour, a kilt full of determination, and a sporran full of optimism at a time of real concern and global insecurity. However, the ERP did not stop at lunchtime on the 23rd. It would be a betrayal of such effort and consolidated thinking for us to draw a line and walk away to the next ERP in some 2 years' time. The gathering produced a very good declaration. You've changed it. Okay, thank you. And available now on the ERP website, emphasising the principles that should underpin future rural policies, building on what worked well in the past and what was demonstrated to us and inspired us on the excellent site visits, where theory around private and community business innovation, backed by an enabling intermediate structure, was put into practice. The declaration belongs to all attendees, and we should all promote it from the local to the regional to national parliaments and to the EU Commission. It is a priceless gift. And beyond the declaration, and to help further discussion, we will soon distill the detailed work and outcomes of the workshops and panels. If we believe in full participative democracy, these findings deserve to be fully discussed in transparent engagement with policymakers. We already have a memorandum of understanding with the European and Social Committee, for which we are grateful, and we wish to see more formal engagement with other governmental and advisory state bodies. The invite to participate here today is another recognition of what the ERP can contribute to the multi-financial framework policy in the future. Of course, the European programming period and its financial framework has to recognise the most recent challenges of military conflict, of global climate change, of technological advances, and of economic, social, and generational behaviour changes. It has to recognise and to adapt, as will all national, regional, and local decision makers. We, who continuously work in and campaign for rural Europe, have also to be realistic. We have to demonstrate savings to make investments, but governments have to make rural investments also to make savings. Given our knowledge and experience of what works well and what does not, we also believe that we can contribute to smarter use of resources, not least the harnessing and empowering of local community, grassroots talent, economic and social investment. €1 of public investment will realise at least 4 to 5 euros of local community leverages and improvement dividends. That empowerment needs the partnership of relevant research, good governance, and some financial and technical drawdown of governmental support and investment. One of the key phrases from the declaration is, "We do not ask for help, we ask for support in partnership." And partnership is not token consultation, irregular short notice meetings. We talk, you listen, and if there's time, we will let you say a few words after the last train has gone home. DG Agri's civil dialogue groups have been informative with good exchanges, but they don't feed back to close the circle on debate. And organised dialogue with DG Regio and the other Commission directorates with rural representatives have to be much stronger in the future programming period if there is to be real partnership and joint planning and measurement. Rural stakeholders have rights to be heard across governmental departments and not just pigeonholed into the sympathetic and kind DG Agri boiler room. Always accepting, of course, that proper consultation and engagement and feedback has a financial implication for NGOs, which in mature relationships is a just partnership expectation, which the European Commission, to its credit, recognises. The clear message from the ERP is that Europe needs to reinvigorate the long-term vision for a more sustainable, inclusive and resilient rural area. A rural that is plural, holistic, and with a stronger understanding of the interdependence with urban communities. We are seriously concerned that any delegation of responsibility from the Commission to Member States, especially without any regional dimension, might lose sight of the long-term vision, the holistic approach to our rural communities, and that the potential threat to instruments such as LEADER and CWLD will lead to a serious reversion of rural-wide development, of rural-specific and targeted policies, and the loss of measurable rural proofing at all levels. Rural proofing works best at all levels where there are statutory legislative powers, where there are identifiable departmental champions, methodology, templates, and constant pressure from civil society organisations. Rural Europe has so much potential, but is also very fragile. Please do not throw away the progress that's been made. We fully support Commissioner Hansen's genuine commitment to generational renewal for farmers. We need but this should also apply to other rural businesses. We need the well-trained, digitally adept, innovative, next generation to create and modernise rural businesses towards economic and social sustainability. While the CAP network has provided much valuable learning based on inclusive listening with stakeholders for its priorities, we must not lose this facility, and it must retain its licence to consider all aspects of rural good practice, both within and outside the EU. The same should apply to the Horizon Research Fund, where Cluster 6 has also produced good knowledge, although it should be even more accessible to small NGOs for local priorities. While the Rural Observatory, if it has had a standing civil society advisory board, could provide the relevant statistical data, always a necessity to make credible arguments. The action plans, which include the Pact, need to ensure a fit-for-purpose assessment with all stakeholders. Plurality and place-based policies should not mean a reversion into departmental silos, closed budgets and inflexibility, nor should it be a bureaucratic burden at the point of delivery. However, the declaration specifically calls for ring-fenced rural budgets in all countries and regions based on feared vulnerability and any failure of rural proofing. This is not an impossible dream. It needs commitment, determination, and empathy from leaders at all levels, learning from good practice wherever that exists. All Europe shall live is the continuous cry from national rural parliaments and the ERP. We are here to play our part. Today, November the 5th, 420 years ago, some men went to try to blow up the English Parliament with gunpowder. Well, you don't need gunpowder to underpin and to take away the power of rural parliaments. If you do not listen to what they say, if you don't engage with them, they will wither on the vine. So it's up to us, civil society representatives, to make sure that the concept of the European Rural Parliament, the concept of participative democracy, the concept of working in partnership in complete circles is maintained. Thank you very much.
Yes, many thanks, Tom, for bringing those very important messages and reminding us that the European Rural Parliament is not just a one-off event that happened, but it is a process that is continuing and will continue. Now, we heard from the civil society, but we have also invited an independent expert who would share his, let's say, reflections on the proposals from, of course, taking specifically the perspective of the rural, but also generally the spatial perspective. We have Kai Böhme from Spatial Foresight organization. Please.
Yeah, I think if I can change, it's easier. Perfect.
There's another clicker there.
Okay. But good morning, and thank you very much for having me. As Ursula said, I'm trying to give you a little bit of perspective on the MFF and where I can sense the rural perspective and where I can sense discussions you might want to have to make sure that your ideas end up in the fine-tuning. And I will first go through a few words of setting the scene. Most of that you have heard, so that will be a very quick recap of the last 4 presentations. And then I give you some scenario teasers and saying, well, for me, the proposal is extremely open. So you can do a lot of things in that, and just kind of opening the mind so that you can think, okay, that's an interesting one, maybe we want to advocate that one, or, oh God, no, that we don't want, maybe we need to make sure that this possibility doesn't play out so strongly, and then have a short outlook. So for setting the scene, I have to say, when I saw the proposal for the MFF, I thought, wow, I really have to congratulate the Commission that it dared something new. And so changing the budget in such a new way is quite a daring task. And of course, all of us looked into it, like, where are the lines that we had and how does that work? So it creates a lot of opposition because we all have our vested interests and we want to find them again. But if you step back, I think it's worthwhile looking at and seeing kind of where in the details the possibilities. And I think, as Fabio has done, there are a number of aspects where we just need to make sure it plays out in the right way, because it has a lot of flexibility. But that's, of course, a challenging trick to find them and to make sure they play out in the way we want them. Then we have, maybe just to start with, and I think Catherine said that in the beginning, what is the purpose of such a budget at all? I think if we think about what is it, it's not to serve any particular interests, but by the end it's a public budget that is meant to serve people's well-being. So that is the ultimate long-term perspective of it. And that obviously also involves the rural areas, which are an important part of Europe. And from that side, I think when reading the proposal, my perspective was always, how does it help strengthening positive future perspectives for rural areas? What do I see in there? And how does it help to strengthen also the diverse potential of rural areas? Because at least I come more from the regional policy and regional development side, and there you often have kind of in the debates, rural areas equal agriculture. And which is, for me, a very unfair condensation of rural areas. And for that, I just put the map here on a study we just concluded on the areas along the northeastern borders of the EU, which face particular challenges given the geopolitical situation. And if you look at most of that are rural areas, but in the discussion we also say they have enormous potential when it comes to resilience and defense in Europe. So there is something much more than just agriculture. And I think for all rural areas we find many more, and we need to keep that diversity in mind and have that. And then also see, and I guess that's also what comes out of that study very clearly, rural areas are not recipients. Rural areas have something to offer, and how can we make sure that that broad offer is utilized when it comes to resilience, defense, innovation, and all those aspects. So I think keeping that in mind, that was my backdrop for reading the elements. And then, well, here you have had much more elaborated slides, but I just wanted to pick something. When you take the broad budget lines, basically in the MFF we have about 30% of competitiveness and about 54%, depending on how you aggregate things, on that gigantic, fantastic, long fund name that I guess needs a good abbreviation at one point. And that brings together quite a lot of things. And for me, the important part is we have argued actually for decades that we need a more integrated approach. And I think here we have that offer, and that has already been shown because we get together the regional part, we get together the social, CAP, fishery, democracy, and many others. And it's the same in the competitiveness part. We get innovation, technology, global competitiveness, EU internal market. So it's integrating much more. And just the figures, and you have seen them before, if you look into the NRP part, which is then for, I think you called it the non-kind of pre-distributed parts in economic and social and territorial cohesion. We talk about roughly 450 million. Of those, about 218 are for less developed regions, and then you also mentioned the farmers' support. I think that's just for me a little bit as a backdrop and an unfair, not so detailed summary, so the slides from Fabio are much more detailed. But if we look against that and say, okay, where does that leave us now when we say, what can that mean for rural development? And in the preparation, Ursula and me talked quite a lot. And I think I got a list of 500 points, and can you address those? And I boiled it down to a few aspects, which for me are mainly teasers for you to think about. So I picked about 6 elements where, okay, these for me are decisive elements when we talk about how the rural areas come into the game here. And for each of them, there are different development paths where it can go. And that can be different in different member states, can be different at a European level, and that's more than kind of, I call it scenario teasers to say kind of, here you can think and here you can think about what you want to advocate, what is in your interest, and where you say how that works. If we start with the first one, and that is what maybe the reaction I had from the reading was, it seems to very much pinpoint cohesion and competitiveness in the names of the funds as kind of opposites. Whereas for me, they belong together. It's more that. But that in the narratives that dwell on that, we can see different ways. We can dwell a narrative where rural areas are very much recipients of transfers and saying, well, basically rural areas need support, and please give us that support. We can also select a narrative where they say, okay, rural areas have competitiveness advantages, and there can be really competitiveness centers in rural areas so that we actually frame rural areas in a completely different story, and that in different regards. We can also frame it as rural areas as centers for resilience, and resilience is a very important part of the EU and many national policies, so we can frame it in that way. We can also frame it for the rural areas saying, well, in particular here, cohesion and competitiveness are not two different things. Actually, if we are competitive in rural areas, we also contribute to cohesion and vice versa. So getting those things together. And I think that is, for me, a key element, how we change or advocate that narrative to make sure how it then is translated later on in the national and regional partnership plans, because that underpins the thinking behind it. And so from that, the question is kind of, what is the narrative balancing cohesion and competitiveness for you, where you say that is what we would like to see. And if we from that go one step further and say, okay, if we now look at the national and regional partnership plans, and was already said, we have those 27 plans by the end of the day, and they can be structured very differently. As they work with chapters, but what the chapter contains is pretty much up to the people drafting it. So we could imagine a system where we say, well, we want to have a rural chapter. I think Fabio presented more a territorial chapter. You could go one step further and say, well, actually, we want to have a specific rural chapter. Or you could say, well, we want to have a territorial chapter because the integrated approach, it makes much more sense to not have an urban and a rural chapter, but to get that together. You could also say you basically want to have it mainstream, saying kind of rural areas go in all chapters. So there's kind of in every chapter we want to have a rural section. Like for every chapter, a rural proving. So, okay, for that chapter, we want to have that rural proving. So can you imagine something like that? You can also say, well, it becomes implicit in certain sector chapters, and I would say with the risk of lip service. But I think there are very many different ways how that can be shaped. And for me, at least my reading of the regulations is that all of that is possible. And it's up to you, to the people drafting those plans, to say kind of what is giving the added value, what is giving us what we need. And I think that is for me a discussion which is very important to have, to see how do you best get your interests into these national and regional plans, and is there a certain advantage? And for me, all four, and there are probably 5, 6, 7 other options, but have their advantages, but all have also their disadvantages. If you then go one step further and say kind of, in order to get that there is a question, which role do the rural areas play? And the partnership principle is there, but also here, and I guess it's a little bit the same as we had it in the past, it's rather vaguely defined. So you can make a lot of that, and you can make it to a minimum necessary to say we had that. And from that side also there, it is a little bit the question, how do we see that? And do we then say, okay, basically rural stakeholders are mainly recipients in the game, so in the partnership maybe not so important, or do we say kind of rural stakeholders are really partners in the decision of the funding allocation? So there we have different aspects. Are they even stakeholders in designing and drafting the national plan? And then, of course, question, I think Fabio also addressed that, we can work at multiple levels. So in some countries it might be extremely centralized, so we talk about one partnership at national level. In other countries you might go for much more decentralized regional systems. And I think then we also need to see at what level can that come in. And for me, again, if you have a clear idea what is the version that is favorable to you, you can advocate that. As at the moment, the regulation allows for all of those things, and it's for you to kind of frame it. So questions are also, do you have the capacities, and who has the capacities? Because there is a lot of work and effort behind that. If we go then to the other part, which for me is maybe a very technical, but in the end very tricky one, and we have heard that also this morning, kind of the performance-based approach, and we know that partly from CAP, we know that from the RRF, but it still requires that all those things are defined on the way, in a proper way. And then question is, what are the targets and milestones for rural areas? Are there specific targets, specific milestones for rural development, for rural areas where you say, well, that needs to be coming in there? And who and how do we put the price tags to it? If we say that is a rural target, we need to price it. And then for that target, there is so much. There's a huge debate, which again requires a lot of effort to make that work and make it work so that the rural areas say, yes, with that money we can actually achieve that, and that also politically and the Court of Auditors don't come in the end saying, why did they get that money for that milestone? So there is an enormous balancing act which can be done but requires efforts. And then, of course, we need to think it's done basically at two different levels. We have that on the one hand between the Commission and the national plan, but in most cases we will also have it between the national plan and the operations further down. So we are negotiating those milestones, targets, and pricing at different levels. Again, it can facilitate and make things much easier than we have it today, but it needs to be done well, and that requires capacity. So that's where, and I think on all sides, it's not that the Commission has an advantage there. Then another part, and I think also that has been addressed, is what happens to leader. And for me, that opened millions of boxes. And then on the one hand, how do we actually translate that performance-based approach with targets and milestones into the leader system? And that requires some particular thinking. I'm sure there can be interesting solutions, but it's not kind of, at least for me, it seems not to be straightforward. But it also, given the way it is framed, we can think a CLD or a leader quite differently. We can think it much more as a functional area approach covering both urban and rural areas. And it was also mentioned earlier, we can think it as a multi-fund approach, much more integrative and not having those silos. But we can also think it as kind of much more centralized or mainstreamed approach for much larger geographical areas where we don't have all the small communities that we have today. So again, there are very many different possible pathways, and probably you need to think about what is the most suitable and then try to see whether that can be made. But the regulations, to me, at the moment, leave a lot of scope there. Last of those scenarios I picked from Ursula's and mine talk was about, well, basically you here, the network of rural areas. And I think in particular, given the capacity issue, they become extremely important for you to kind of build, share capacities, and have channels to elevate your ideas. And I think here we need to think about both rural-urban partnerships much more, so at a lower scale, thinking how do we actually get that? But we also need about the EU-wide rural networks, the European Rural Initiative, and how do we bring them into the system, into the partnerships if we want that? And what is their function in the future integrated policy approach? Which, of course, then also in particular, when we take a more integrated approach, has a mirror on all the urban sides. Also, you get some interesting part there. And that leads me to the last two slides, which is, for me, across not only looking at rural areas, the proposal is very weak on the place-based approach. So it's very kind of thematic, very general. It allows for place-based approaches, but it doesn't kind of impose them very strongly. And here, I believe we have the Rural Pact, we have the Leipzig Charter, we have the territorial agenda. They all argue for those. But I have the feeling at the moment they all do it separately. So for me, I have hard times to understand why the three of you don't get together and say, okay, you have a very similar interest in that. Can you help to strengthen the place-based approach in the system throughout? And the last one for me is, in particular, when we go for national plans, performance-based approach, targets and milestones, we need actually to know where we want to be. In order to say, that is my target, I need to have a vision of saying, okay, that is what I want to achieve, and not only a list of random projects, if you want so. So from that side, I think that is what is lacking both at the moment at the European level and in most member states, a clear idea, what do we want to achieve with that, how do we want as a EU, the member state, to look like. And here I think we need to have some sort of guiding vision. And question for me is, you have done that exercise. You have the rural vision. Could that be a starting point to actually build on and saying we need a broader aspect so that the Commission can assess the national plans and okay, yes, your national plan contributes to that vision, and in the national plans they can do the same for their member states. Now that was a very, very quick tour through different aspects, but I hope I could stimulate a little bit of thinking in different directions how you can make use of the MFF and shape it so that it fits better your needs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Indeed, we have given you a very impossible task, but you have. We wanted you to be provocative and to be inspiring, and I think that has been fully complied with. Thank you very much. So we have heard like views. This is just, I want to stress that this is a view and opinion. Now, there is also a legislative process where the Commission's proposals will be discussed by the co-legislators, the European Council and the European Parliament. These bodies, they still haven't pronounced themselves. There is no yet an existing opinion or official, let's say, reaction, but there are initial reactions. There are some already views. And we have, with us, we have a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Daniel Buda. Yes, there you are. Who's going to share with us some initial reactions from the European Parliament to the proposals. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, I am glad to be here today at the 6th edition of the Rural Pact. Firstly, I'd like to present a general picture of rural areas and challenges. We are discussing the future of rural areas, the future of more than 109 million European citizens who live in these regions. Rural areas represent around 80% of the European territory and host 30% of its total population. Very important, they are not Europe's periphery. They are the backbone of our food security, biodiversity, and social cohesion. Unfortunately, the data show a clear downward trend. Between 2015 and 2020, the population in rural regions declined by 1.1% per year, while in urban regions, it grew by 0.4%. At the same time, over 40% of European farms have disappeared in the last 2 decades due to economic pressure and the lack of generational renewal. As you know, in the next MFF, the European Commission wants to bring together rural and regional development funds. The European Parliament strongly disagrees with this approach and has addressed a letter to President Ursula von der Leyen expressing its opposition. Very important, this letter is signed by all groups from the European Parliament. I have said it many times, this is not only about the money, but about the architecture of the European budget itself. Without a clear and separate budget line for rural development, we lose visibility, predictability, and durability. In this context, I have one message for the European Commission: to withdraw the proposal or to modify this proposal. In this moment, for the European Parliament, it is impossible to start working on this proposal. However, in many parts of Europe, the environment itself is suffering from the absence of people. Human presence is not an enemy of nature. It is part of the balance. An example comes from Spain, where for the first time in over 10,000 years, wild horses have been reintroduced into natural habitats. Their grazing helps reduce dry vegetation, prevent fires, and restore ecological balance. That is why keeping people in rural areas is not only a social or economical goal, it is an environmental necessity. Allowed rural areas cover 18% of European territory. They remain invisible in many European statistics. The difference between rural and urban regions remains dramatic. 38% of rural residents say that nearest doctor is more than 30 minutes away, In parts of Eastern, Southern Europe, over 45, repeat 45, of local roads are still unpaved. And more than 9 million Europe still lack access
ask for the microphones, please? Hello? Yes. Okay, please, can you please start taking your seats, and we will be starting the panel very quickly. Okay. Hello? Please. Yes, we are ready to start again. We have another very interesting point for you with, I hope, very rich array of ideas and views. And that is a stakeholder panel from organizations, people representing different organizations, different types of different sectors, who will share their views on the proposals and potential ways forward. So, okay, we have with us Radim Sershen from the Committee of the Regions, who is one of our panelists, yes. And I would ask the panelists to go on stage and sit on those chairs in whatever order. And then we have Lidia Pavis-Rogosic from the European Economic and Social Committee, so the two consultative bodies of the Commission that are very important, and at the same time they are both members of our Rural Pact Coordination Group. Then we have Piotr Sadłocha from Poland, who is president of the European Leader Association for Rural Development, so ELARD. And we have Marianne Seikanaho from Finland. Sorry, you were at the beginning, you were here, and then now you've changed place. From the Ministry of Agriculture, so representing the public sector. And we have Michael Schmitz, who's also representing public authorities, but more at the local and regional level from the Conference of European Municipalities and Regions. And yes, and of course the panelists have been with us for a long time, cooperating with us. They have worked with us on many different occasions. And we are extremely grateful that they found the time and the willingness to, again, contribute their views and the views of their organizations on the proposal. So my instructions generally for the panelists is you will have 2 rounds of questions, as you know. And I will ask one question to each of you representing the point of view of your organization. And then the second question, I would be very grateful if you could keep to 3 to 4 minutes for your interventions. And then if we have the time, maybe we will have maybe around the contributions from the audience, but not sure. And then maybe last word from you. You can speak in whichever order you want. Okay, so the first question, fairly simple. What is your overall view of the proposals? What do you think about them? But of course, as a framework for rural support, so to address rural needs. But the difficult part of the question is to mention one good point and one risk. So you have to find something good about the proposal, and something that could be retained through the negotiations, and something that you think is risky and might have to be changed. Don't know. Maybe Lidia, you want to start first? Ladies first. Okay, we go.
I was hoping for that. You have a microphone? Thank you very much, Ursula. Yes, I think we heard today and before also that, and we can all agree that next MFF should bear one clear message, and that the rural developments must be treated as a strategic priority, not at food. So some good remarks about it. We welcome to explicit recognition of rural development within the fund scope, but by placing it alongside cohesion, agriculture and maritime sector, chapter affirms EU's commitment to territorial balance. The EU sends a signal that rural communities are not peripheral. They are central to Europe's green and digital transition, to fuel security and to demographic renewal. That's not just symbolic, it's strategic. We also welcome to shift towards place-based planning through national and regional partnership plans that we already mentioned today. It was mentioned, and move from the top-down mandates to regional and locally shaped priorities is a step toward better and more subsidiarity. It gives rural communities the chance to define their own future based on their unique assets and challenges. We also support, as I previously mentioned, integrated approach and synergies between policies and also partnership approach. But we must also confront the risk, and that's based on our experience in implementing, planning and implementing different programs in our countries. And the chief risk among them is the potential loss of rural sexual identity. It's already mentioned by different speakers today. And by merging rural development into horizontal regulation, we risk diluting its distinct needs, like the population, service access, and digital exclusion. This cannot be addressed adequately if rural priorities are overshadowed by broader cohesion or agricultural goals. There are also concerns about urban bias without rural proofing mechanism. We also mentioned it today. Integrated plans may unintentionally favor urban centers, leaving remote and scarcely populated areas behind. And let's not forget the capacity gaps, not only on national level, but also with smaller rural administration. They might struggle to navigate the technical demands and of the new framework, especially when we talk of preparing complex partnership plans. And of course, we have to mention LEADER and CLLD approach, which was once the EU flagship for participatory rural development, and now it might be at a crossroads. Without ring-fence funding and binding commitments, they risk become optional add-ons rather than core instruments of local empowerment. LAGs must be recognized not just as the project managers, but as governance actors, trusted partners in shaping, implementing, and monitoring rural strategies. So to summarize, the key challenges are rural needs may be overlooked in competitive EU-level programs. LAGs and small actors face administrative burdens. LEADER and CLLD risk being reduced to narrow administrative tools. National envelopes are shrinking, limiting member states' ability to tailor rural strategies. So in short, the proposed fund lays a foundation, but it must be strengthened with dedicated rural chapters, inclusive eligibility and measurable commitments aligned with the 2040 rural vision. I think this rural vision is somehow put aside, and I think it's very, and we think in ESC it's very important and very good approach to thinking about rural development. And why all that? Because rural Europe deserves more than the gesture, it deserves guarantees.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I hope I was.
See, you found quite a few risks. I see that's a long list. Maybe Marianne next. Well, we do follow this principle.
Thank you. And you asked for one positive and one risk or negative thing. And I think I have them quite mixed because things are not so clear at this point. On paper, this integrated approach may open up new possibilities. But in practice, it's total disaster because you may think that there are no silos in this integrated approach, but there are those silos, and I think it's really difficult to break them. But of course, we are trying to, and in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, we are responsible for the rural development in Finland, and we have the most rural CAP plan this period in the whole EU, I dare to say, because we have taken every possibility for rural measures beyond agriculture and even beyond LEADER. They are larger projects. And it has been working well in Finland, and we are now making the evaluation about this system that we have had, but about the future, you never know if you can use it anymore, but we hope to use it in the future as well. And of course, when you talk about risks in Finland, we have to mention the 1,300 kilometers border with Russia. And of course, it's understandable that funding goes to the heavy defending, and that we understand. But we also must see that those people who live in the borderline, in the really rural areas, they are farmers, they are other entrepreneurs, and there are people living there. They are not empty areas. And I think they are the greatest defenders of our EU borderline at this point. So we must also see the soft defending meaning.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I suggest maybe Radim. Next. There's one more microphone.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry if I will speak in chaotic way, but I spent 9 hours on my flight from Prague to Brussels last night, so it was almost like New York, or more than to New York actually. And being 6 hours in Ostende airport with no food, no drinks, and no information looks as a disadvantage, but I was sitting next to two powerful Czech MEPs, you know, sharing last package of cashew nuts with them, so I think you would never have such opportunity to speak for 6 hours to MEPs. So we were discussing quite a lot MFF proposals and the situation in the European Parliament, the gossips. So it was actually very, very good, but I came here at 6 o'clock, so sorry for that. I would like to be optimistic. I will also speak about the risks, of course, but to be optimistic, because it seems to me, being at different events last several weeks, it seems to me as a funeral of rural areas. But for me, it's 18 years birthday, you know. When we are 18 years in the Czech Republic, you are always thinking to leave your family nest. You are doing so-called maturity exam, you know, which is the one that you are, for the first time, being responsible for yourself. And you are defining and showing what you can do, you know. And I think this is actually the period now we are having, because we have proposals which are a threat. We are using the safety measures, you know, but on the other hand, it's a big opportunity, you know. And looking to many member states and rural areas, you know, and I definitely hate the term smart shrinking the US uses, you know, for rural areas. Sometimes also OECD, but Enrique does not use it when I am in the room, luckily. So I think, and I see smart shrinking in many member states which already overcame the Rubicon, using the efficiency measures being finally not efficient, you know, and being much more cost effective to take the people back. You know, we need to find the opportunities, because the rural areas cannot survive with the policy which used to be there for dozens of years. We have new challenges, you know, in many areas, from energy, food security, security as such, resilience, you know, all demography. So really there is a lot of challenges we have to solve, and we cannot solve it with 5% from leader or, I don't know, some kind of ring fencing. So the new proposals actually are an opportunity. It's a big window of opportunity, but we have to prove, to define, you know, how to define the space for rural areas, which they deserve it, because if we speak about cohesion and cohesion policy, it's about making the scissors to close, not to open. So we just need to use them. I hope that Mr. Berkowitz, as last week he said that there will be much more space for rural development in the next cohesion policy, so I hope he will repeat it in the afternoon, you know. So that's something which I feel it's very important. Secondly, you know, I am always, when we are speaking about rural areas on the national level or on the European level, it's a pity that there is a lot of people who are not really living in rural areas and deciding about rural areas. Some of them are going to rural areas for holidays, so, they think it's perfect, everything is great, and there is a culture community and it's, excellent. But, I am a rural guy. I used my right to stay 19 years ago, a right to return from Brussels to the rural municipality 250 kilometers from Prague. I am not a bloody politician, being a mayor for 15 years, but I am also a passionate trombone player, playing in free bands. I am passionate skier, being a member of ski club, unfortunately in veteran category, and being a people who really talk to people in the rural area. And I think rural areas deserve the opportunity, deserve the transformation. And this is the positive thing about the proposals, that we can find a place, we can find the resources, and we have to advocate for that. We shouldn't just criticize that everything is bad, but we need to find the place. That's also what the European Committee of the Regions is now doing. We are having different opinions on the future of on NRPP, National Regional Partnership Plans, on a multi-annual financial framework, on the future of CAP, and hopefully we will have also a concrete opinion on the future of the rural development in the new architecture. And if you talk to people in Commission, they always ask, okay, but do not say that it's amazing, it's vivid, We need, concrete proposals. What you want, where there is a place for rural development. And that's actually our role. And I'm very happy that the Rural Pact or European Rural Parliament, where I've been 2 weeks ago, are ruled through people who live in rural areas, and they can give the proposals. And we need to take the information within the Rural Pact and other initiatives in our institutions, really to use it, and to put it into the proposals. This is the opportunity and optimism. And the negative things, of course, as a Committee of the Regions, we are criticizing because there is a regional as a term in the name of the plans, but there is no any regional dimension at all, So there is a big threat that there won't be any place for local and regional level in the new proposals. Secondly, what will be the role of the local and regional players in approving those plans, because this is also important, because then there is a risk for national government that they will put there the centrally needed things, etc., etc. And finally, the danger of partnership, because the partnership is the cornerstone, of the European integration process. It has always been, and there should be safety measures to fulfill the partnership principles. So those are the risks, but I am sure that we can overcome those risks and we can put the safety measure into the proposals. But we'll talk about the tools later. I think I spent my time already.
Okay, thank you very much, Adim. Still very useful. And then maybe Piotr, you already have a microphone.
Hello. Good afternoon. I would like to be positive, but unfortunately, probably I will not be. But of course, I found 2 positive points. One is lump sum. We have a great experience in Poland with lump sum. For example, in period 2007 to 2013. My luck created about 10 places, 10 jobs. In last period, we created almost 100 jobs. In the last period, we implemented lump sums. So it is why lump sums is very positive and can support the rural development. It's good, but unfortunately, big but, as I said. When we read regulations about this new fund with very long, strange name, I cannot remember this name. We have Articles 76 and 77. 77 is directly about leader, and the lump sum is there. We have nothing about lump sums in CLD, which we have described in Article 76. Why? I want to ask why. Why we, in one article, have CLD, in another article we have leader. Can we call it leader/CLD in all the regulations? To make it clear that leader and CLDs is the same. Believe me, I know 16 regional authorities in Poland, and I know how they can interpret it. The regulations should be very simple, very clear. So for me, it's a risk, big risk, if regulation will not be very clear. Another thing positive, there is a leader. I should be happy. But why only in CAP? why we have obligation for leader only in CAP. I asked why. Why we don't have obligation for leader in cohesion policy? Why we don't have obligation for leader CLLD in ASF regulations and maritime fishery regulations? Why? Simple questions. Please give me answer. And I won't leave this room with this answer, because I don't understand why we have obligations in regulations about cohesion policy for integrated territorial instruments, and we do not have obligations for leader CLLD. If we have obligation for integrated territorial instruments, we will support only cities and suburbs. What about remote rural area? What about people who live there? Like me, like my children, like my wife, like my family. Please give me simple answer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So you're pointing out to certain inconsistencies, and I understand you're referring to this period as well, but also how this will happen in the future in the same way. Okay, and then Michael, please.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I won't be very balanced either. But for the positive parts, I actually think it is, in theory, as you said, I agree, moving away from silos, in theory. And speaking for local authorities, that's actually a good thing. Because for local authorities, it's actually about the challenges on the ground, and that there is funding addressing these challenges. Whether that comes from EAFRD or ERDF doesn't really matter. What matters is for small municipalities that they have the same access that big municipalities, big cities have. And that's only achieved by making things simpler. And I think there is an opportunity for making things simpler. I think the rules actually are less concrete. Coming from Germany, I'm a bit worried that we'll add a few things in the national implementation, but the general rules are very abstract and leave a lot of room. And we could try to use this room to actually have a challenge-based or have funding that addresses the most pressing challenges. Now for the negative parts. I'm really worried about the future of LEADER. I'll be very honest. And I think in these times, LEADER is more urgently needed than ever. Coming from Germany, I think we have rural areas, and LEADER shows us how Europe can really help rural areas and really interact and empower citizens. The colleague from DG Agri said there's now mandatory LEADER. I don't really know. From what I understand, in the CAP regulation, it says at least in areas or regions facing specific challenges, but there's no definition of these challenges. So I don't know if there's mandatory LEADER, and I know there's no earmarking, and I know that co-financing rates are down. And I know that at least for Germany, I can say these local action groups, they can provide the money necessary to keep up LEADER. So I don't know if LEADER is secure. I don't think it is, honestly. And in the CAP regulation, it says LEADER projects should provide added value for farmers. That is odd. Honestly, for me, that doesn't make any sense. I think farming should provide added value for citizens, which it does. But I don't think LEADER should have added value for farmers. I think we should look at rural development not only as farming related. When we talk about generational renewal, for example, I think, you can't really have only farmers in a region. And farmers are very helpful, but they don't keep the population alive. If there's no enterprises, if there's no schools, you can't keep rural areas alive only with farmers. You need to keep the rest there as well. And I think that's kind of missing at the moment. I'm a bit worried because there's no earmarking. I'm a bit worried that farmers or that agri funding can now use possibly ERDF funding. That is, I know I talked to Mario about this a while ago, and apparently that's been possible in the past too, but I'm a bit worried that there's no earmarking for proper structural policies and proper rural development. And just three more things. I'll just say it. So the territorial tracking refers to the degree of urbanization that was written by DG Regio. And I remember in the past it was anything above 50,000 inhabitants is a city, below that it's rural. Now it's been changed, anything below 5,000 inhabitants is rural. So you kind of have a definition that is only addressing areas where nobody really lives. And we in Germany, we have a completely different approach. We actually look at rural areas as areas that have rural, but also urban centers in them, but they still consider it rural. It's an integrated approach. And I think that's kind of missing. Second thing is, in the performance framework, where you look at the indicators, most of them are, and I'll use the word, quantitative demographic factors, meaning how many people are addressed through the funding. That favors cities. That favors densely populated areas because it's easier to reach thousands of people through a project. And the last thing, I just wanted to say the reforms, because we talked about this. The reforms that were mentioned and the reforms that are in the national plans are actually referring to the European semester and the country-specific recommendations, which, to my knowledge, are written by DG Regio and DG Ample, not DG Agri. I don't know, maybe you're involved, I don't know. But from what I know, and I've written our contribution to the country-specific recommendations, there was nothing on rural areas in those in the past. So if you have reforms in the national reform plans that come from the country-specific recommendations, there won't be any rural in it. So I think there are a few inconsistencies. I think we can work on those. I think we can make it better. But I think we really need to see how can we help the people on the ground. And this should be the starting point. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michael. And that's actually, you've been very concrete, and that's already a very good introduction to the next round of questions, where, and I'm sorry, I'm going to give you not 3 to 4, but 2 to 3 minutes to contribute for the second time, because, well, you've already mentioned some of the concrete suggestions, so let's shorten it. And the second question is very much what can be done to strengthen the proposals so that they are even, that they really bring benefit to rural areas. So what should be changed? Please make some specific suggestions for changes for proposals. And my suggestion, we change the order a little bit. We start with Marianne and then Lydia, and then Michael, Piotr, and Radim. If we go ladies first, but in a different order.
Thank you. There has been really good examples already how to strengthen the proposal, and Finland's point of view and Finland's rural point of view, because we have many of those views, of course. We really need the Commission recommendation for rural measures and for leader GLLD, both in CAP and NRP. And these are really, really important for us because I was mentioning about those silos, so we have to fight the fight in the member state, and it's not fair. But we think that these Commission recommendations would give the headlines and way how to negotiate in the member states. Then the partnership part. Local and regional authorities and other relevant actors are really important in this strengthening this proposal and implementing that in the first place. And I think the common guidelines, I don't know what kind of guidelines, but it could be great to have certain guidelines how to make sure that everybody is involved. And of course, this whole system needs close coordination and trust between different DGs at the EU level and in member states, in our administrative branches, and between, together with the regional local actors. So maybe this is this capacity building that we have to learn to trust each other and learn to how to make things together.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Lydia, then?
Thank you very much. Yes, ESC is preparing several opinions on MFF, on CAP, and on this fund with the long name. I have to read it. European Fund for Economic, Social and Territorial Cohesion, Agriculture and Rural Fisheries and Maritime Prosperity and Security. It's really a long and without reading you can't remember it. But so our opinion will be soon sent to the Commission and other bodies. But our message might be that if we want our proposals to deliver real result for rural communities, we must move from advocacy that Radi mentioned to actions, actually. And we believe in ESC that together with EU networks and Rural Pact members, we have a responsibility to push for stronger safeguard. And that's this event and others can help in that. So my colleagues already mentioned some needs that can be transformed in the ways to strengthen the framework, and first might be mandatory rural chapters in national and regional partnership plan with clear goals, indicators and accountability mechanisms. This ensures visibility and measurable progress for rural communities, and we know what gets measured gets funded, and what gets funded gets done. So that's something that it's important. And then Michael already mentioned dedicated funding streams beyond agriculture, because rural development indeed is not just farming, and EU funding must support rural innovation, youth engagement, essential services, cultural initiatives and similar. That's why ring fence allocation for LEADER and CLLD, taking into account the missing points that Piotr and Michael mentioned, are critical to maintain stable community-led local development. And without them, we risk reducing LEADER to a narrow administrative tool, and that's not the initial idea that started many years ago all over Europe. And then we need empowerment of local governance actors, local action groups and civil society must be recognized as strategic governance partners, not just implementers. Simplified access to EU programs and rural proofing, don't forget this, we talked this morning about that, of all policies will help ensure inclusive participation and territorial cohesion. We know that funding landscape is shifting, so centrally managed programs like Horizon and Digital Europe offer really exciting opportunities for innovation and cross-border cooperation, but they also bring risks like less flexibility for national priorities, more complexity and higher administrative burdens, and especially for small rural actors. Maybe I should mention it before, but we should not forget that. And that's why we must ensure that rural communities are not just beneficiaries, but co-authors of future strategies. And yes, the fund provides a framework, but it is up to us to make it a vehicle for the rural vision. I again mention rural vision because we shouldn't forget it. And it's not just in rhetoric, but in results. And yes, because territorial cohesion is not a slogan, it's democratic imperative, and we are talking a lot about strengthening democracy in EU. And yes, because rural communities deserve visibility, value, and most important, voice.
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of ideas, very, very rich. Okay, and then we go, Michael.
And I'll be brief. I spoke too long in the first round. So just build on what we have. So we have the rural vision. That was a rural vision until 2040. We're not in 2040. So maybe we can work on that. Also, think about safeguards. How do we ensure that the money is really going to rural areas as a structural policy? I've talked to DG Regio officials and they said, well, there are safeguards because the managing authorities have to explain what they do. But I'm wondering, so what happens then? So will somebody check this? Will somebody say this is not sufficient, or is this a formal requirement? Because I can explain what we do for rural development easily, and if that is that, then it's not helpful. I've been against earmarking for a long time because I kind of like the idea of flexibility. But the problem is I see now that it won't work without earmarking for rural development. And I mean proper rural development, again. And the last thing, you know, working for a local government association, I just have to say, look also at the situation of local governments. Look at local finances. Look at local and regional finances. At least I can tell you for Germany and in many other member states, we will come to a point where local authorities will have problems providing basic services. And if that goes away, then we'll have an entirely different problem in rural areas. So just maybe this is something we could also take into account and maybe discuss how the EU can help local authorities, you know, provide these things. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for bringing up this point of view also. Okay, and then Piotr?
Okay, so first I have one request. Please read carefully and consider the recommendation which we spread to all DG, to commissioners. We put there some points, what we think that should be changed in these 5 regulations. First, of course, we have Article 4, when we have a definition of beneficiary in CAP, and unfortunately, only farmers. Okay, maybe only farmers, but why? Then we have Articles 76, 77 in the same regulations. To make clear that CLD and leader is the same. If we talk about CAB regulations, Article 18, we need wider, more responsibility in a LACs, because in this proposal, we don't have responsibility for launching call for proposals and for making decision about the level of support, which we had in previous periods and in this period. And again, question, why? Why we cannot make such a decision in next period? And as I said before, some recommendation we have to put obligation for leader CLD in cohesion policy, in SF plus, and maritime fishery funds. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So very concrete with articles, concrete points where things can be changed. Thank you very much. And then Radim?
Okay, what are the tools? We have a lot of tools actually. We have leader CLD being very successful. We have smart villages, we have rural pact, we have rural proofing, we have startup villages. So we have a lot of tools which are very effective. The only problem is that they are not used, you know, so especially by the member states. We have a big nice fund. I'm using this for this complicated name, you know, the terminology of Donald Trump. So big nice fund. I don't think it's clever to have a direct payments for farmers there, you know, to be open. So I hope this should be taken out, not rural development, but the direct payments. One of the solutions may be coming from the debates in the European Parliament, as I got it in the morning in the plane, is that there might be bigger budget or the paying off the loans for RRF will be slower, so there might be 10% more, 0.1 GDP more. So it means that there might be more resources, you know, as a result. So it should be used, of course, or maybe for rural areas. For me, ring fencing, generally for rural development, is a must. obligation of leaders CLLD also, but with money, because the people from the Czech ministry are presenting. Yesterday we had a presentation, and on the first slide they have, there is obligation, but with no money, because they were told by Hansen that there is no money, like that there is obligation, but it can be used from other means. So obligation. We have also to really use the tools like rule proofing, because it's not it's a term, but there is no clear definition. Even in Scotland they have better definition of rule proofing than we have in Europe. So we need to deliver the long-term vision for rural areas, measuring the outcomes, not just speaking about it. And of course we need to make policies for people, as you said, but not just in rural areas. I hope, as a politician, that I'm doing politics for the people. But unfortunately, we see that it's not common in Europe, as we see the results of elections, especially in the rural areas. We see the geography of discontent. But we need to deliver the policies to the people, because then the Europe will collapse, finally, because as we see it being very, very vulnerable. And finally, we need to look for new opportunities. There was not anyone speaking about competition fund, for example. And being at the European Rural Parliament, we clearly heard that there will be also allocation for rural development in the Horizon programs, etc. So, we just need to look out of the boxes. And what's the most important is engagement of all of you, because now the mother, European Union, is not giving us the funds. It's not granted. We have to prove ourselves that we are able to survive. And it's up all of you, every individual, to fight for rural areas on your national, regional, European level. So please make commitment to the Rural Pact, make your activities. And I can promise that if we just join our forces, we all go in the same direction. We have the common position coming from the declaration of the Rural Pact, etc. So we will be successful. And I hope that when we meet here in 2, 3, 4 years, you will be successful. We all feel that we are successful, and you will be happy about the future of rural areas. So please join forces, and I'm sure we can make it.
Many thanks for this positive note on the end. Thank you all very, very much. You've been very disciplined. If you really want to have a last word, just one, I give you a chance, but it's not an obligation if somebody wants to. But otherwise, thank you very much. I think we have to really thank all the panelists for their great and varied contributions. Thanks a lot. Okay, and then I hand over to my team leader, Enrique, for the next part of the session.
Okay. So we are now actually going to move towards a session that I hope it's also very optimistic and cheerful, because we want to celebrate, we want to acknowledge governments, regional governments, national governments that are actually already taking a step forward to move towards integrated rural development. So before we start acknowledging these member states that are actively committing to advance and progress in rural areas, I'd like to welcome on stage Mario Miluchev to explain a bit the context of these political commitments under the Rural Pact. So Mario, please.
So I'm very happy to be here with you. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting discussion. I have some things to say, but probably later on the discussion. Now we have a very, very, very positive part of our event today. This session will illustrate how the Rural Pact can be effective in creating political momentum and a living moment to improve rural areas. I would like to say that the Rural Pact remains one of the key initiatives that we facilitate in the framework of the long-term vision for EU rural areas, and thank you very much for mentioning it several times. It is until 2040, so we continue with it. Our strategic goals is to go towards stronger, more connected, resilient and prosperous rural areas. It complements, of course, the EU policy. It is not replacing them. The future we are discussing this morning And we have the Rural Action Plan with 30 actions led by Commission services to mainstream rural thinking into their programs. The vision for agriculture and food that we approved some 8 months ago takes forward these actions and commits the Commission to strengthen the Rural Pact, update the EU Rural Action Plan early 2026, and strengthen also the rural proofing, which was also mentioned by many of you. Well, you see on the screen now with the next slide that we have 10 shared goals to improve the well-being of rural communities. You know them very well, so I will not go on them. But they were formulated, and that's very important, through 1 year of participatory work, and they really represent the aspirations of all Europeans for rural areas. And of course, we are here because joint action should be taken to achieve these goals. Now we go to the Rural Pact. Since its launch in the first Rural Pact conference in June 2022, the Pact has grown into a vibrant community with over 3,500 members from all sectors of society, all sectors and all levels of governance. We have set up an operational framework for cooperation to amplify rural voices, to network and to share experiences. These are the 3 goals of the Rural Pact. Through the Rural Pact Support Office services and the creation of the Rural Pact Coordination Group. Commitment and cooperation are vital to ensure a greater well-being of rural communities, and their needs span across a high number of sectors and policy domains. And responsibilities for these various sectors and policies are spread at EU, national, regional, and local level. All of these levels are represented here today. We have evidence that an integrated approach to addressing rural needs, including developing a strategic vision and cooperating across departments to deliver this vision through action, is the key to improve the situation for rural areas on the ground. This is why, and that is something very important for us, we call for the Member States to commit to such an integrated approach through the Rural Pact and the MFF proposals, as we already highlighted. And here I open a small bracket. Pay attention to Article 3(1)(a) of the NRRP regulation, where we speak about integrated strategies for rural areas. And there is a small difference between this article and Article 75, where it is about the local CLOD strategies. I go to the policy brief. The Rural Pact has produced a wealth of resources to accompany the development of such an integrated approach, adding to the elements already existing at the international level, such as the OECD principles of the rural policy. In particular, I mentioned the policy brief on making the Rural Pact happen in the Member States, which identifies 7 ingredients to implement in practice to improve rural policy design and delivery. I'm very grateful that we have today 4 governments willing to officially engage in the Rural Pact by signing a political commitment. That's a very important moment for us. In doing so, you are leading by example, inspiring others to follow, and more importantly, improving the lives of rural communities on the ground in your countries and regions. And collectively, you help build a critical mass of national, regional, and local governments who recognize rural areas as part of the solutions to the challenges that we are facing and central to the future of Europe. As we move towards greater subsidiarity with the new MFF, flexibility and synergy are also there, and we have this subsidiarity, flexibility, and synergy in the implementation of the EU funds. It will be extremely important that all governments follow this example. And I would like at the end say thank you very much for being here to the 4 governments, for leading by example, and let's hear what you have planned to those commitments and how you think it can help deliver better rural life. Thank you very much. And Enrique, I pass the floor to you. Thanks.
So you saw me, I was taking a small detail. So now we will continue giving the floor to the 4 governments that will sign a political commitment through the Rural Pact to contribute to the vision with concrete actions on the ground, supporting integrated rural development. And we are trying to put the technology today is not really on our side. We are traveling in the future and it stops working. But anyways, we will make it work. And first, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Radim Sersen. He was wearing a different hat before with the Committee of the Regions. Now he will represent the Regional Ministry for Regional Development of the Czech Republic. And I would like to show you, this is on behalf of the Rural Pact community. We have prepared this acknowledgement of your commitment and compromise towards move towards integrated development in your country, and we will take the opportunity now to give it to you on behalf of the Rural Pact community. Now you can have some.
Okay, so now wearing different hat as the Deputy Minister of Regional Development of the Czech Republic. Although after the elections, it's probably our last weeks in the position. But so I can commit to anything, and promise anything, that's an advantage. But to be more serious, thank you very much. And also we are very happy to join to the commitment for rural development. I think we are just following what we have done in the Czech Republic in the many previous years. Maybe my optimism in the previous panel comes from the experience of the Czech Republic, where we made a shift from the agriculture ministry to the regional ministry already many years ago. So rural development is the integral part of the regional development, and we always say it's our family gold. The rural areas are family gold of the Czech Republic. And we are very happy that the differences of quality of life between the people living in urban and rural areas belong among the smallest, according to statistics within EU and OECD. So I think our 6,258 municipalities in the Czech Republic deserve it, and we are very happy and commit to continue to implement strong and integrated rural development policy as a part of the strategy of regional development of the Czech Republic 2021 to 2027 and post-2028 to fulfill the long-term vision for rural areas. We commit to support rural development in 2028 plus negotiations and its important place in implementation of 2028 plus policies on the national but also on the European level. And we also will continue to coordinate and support integrated territorial instruments which include in the Czech Republic CLLD and ITI in rural areas, and to give them the attention which they deserve. So that's something we can promise, and it will be our great pleasure to sign the commitment, and at the same time it will be a great pleasure to cooperate with all of you, and I hope that other governments will join also so that we can cooperate on this goal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Radim. Now we move from a national government to regional governments. They have been as well very active in the context of the pact. And in this case, I'd like to welcome Mr. Sorry for my Polish, Szymon Ogladza from Marshall, from the region of Opole in Poland. And we have the detail as well for you on behalf of the Rural Pact community.
It's normal for me. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a very great satisfaction and deep sense of responsibility that I signed today on behalf of the Opolskie Voivodeship, the declaration of accession to the European Rural Pact. This is not merely a formal gesture, but conscious commitment to co-creating a shared European future for rural areas. Strong, modern, and resilient in the face of contemporary challenges. For more than a quarter of a century, the Opolskie region has been a Polish pioneer in the rural renewal. As early as 1997, our region launched the Opole Rural Renewal Program, the first initiative of its kind in Poland. Inspired by the experiences of Austria and Germany, and its very heart has always been the individual and active rural resident capable of taking responsibility for their community, their surroundings, and the future of their region. Thanks to this philosophy, over nearly 3 decades, hundreds of villages across Opolskie have become modern, dynamic places, full of initiatives, leaders, and intergenerational cooperation. Our model was later adopted by many other regions, and Opolskie gained a reputation as a region that not only draws on the best European practices, but also helps to shape them. Today, we are entering a new stage. In October this year, the board of the Opolskie Voivodeship adopted the Opole Rural Renewal 2.0 initiative combining 25 years of experience of local communities with the new challenges of our times. This program focuses on improving the quality of life of rural residents, building active and engaged leadership, preserving cultural and culinary heritage, and identity. It represents our regional contribution to the implementation of the EU long-term vision for rural areas, and today, also to the goals of the Rural Pact, ensuring food security, strengthening integrated rural communities, promoting good governance and shared decision-making, and leveraging the diversity of unique resources of rural areas as a driving force for development. I believe that participation in the Rural Pact community will allow us not only to share our experience, but also to learn from others, together creating a new quality of European cooperation and rural development. Ladies and gentlemen, the countryside is not the past. It's the future of Europe. It is the space where social innovating is born, where solidarity grows, and where community still truly matters. That's why I proudly affirm the Opolskie Voivodeship is joining to the European family of the Rural Pact with full commitment, passion, and faith in the strength of rural people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to welcome as well a region that has been participating in the Rural Pact for a long time and formally will commit today as well with the actions that they're implementing. I would like to ask my colleague, if possible, to after for the intervention. So I would like to welcome on stage the Vice President of Castilla-La Mancha region from Spain, José Luis Martínez Guijarro. And you will receive as well the acknowledgement of the Rural Pact Community. Thank you. Now we put it down.
Sorry, but my English is not very well, and I will speak in Spanish. En primer lugar, dar las gracias por la invitación. Desde el Gobierno de Castilla-La Mancha tiene muy claro que el futuro de la Unión Europea pasa por ofrecerle un futuro a nuestras zonas rurales. Si todos los territorios no crecen a la par, si no se desarrollan juntos, estaremos generando una Europa a dos velocidades que sería, por tanto, una Europa desigual. Por ello, hoy venimos para ratificar nuestro compromiso con esa visión a largo plazo para estas zonas rurales que tan importantes son para nuestra comunidad autónoma y en la que venimos volcando nuestros esfuerzos desde hace años. Somos, como sabrán, una región pionera que aprobó en 2021 una ley de medidas económicas, sociales y tributarias contra la despoblación, que blinda los servicios públicos en el medio rural, la sanidad, la educación, los servicios sociales, que incluye una zonificación por comarcas para poder acotar las necesidades del territorio, además de una fiscalidad diferenciada que ha permitido que en la última declaración de la renta del 2023, la última que tenemos datos oficiales, 90.000 declarantes hayan beneficiado de estas deducciones fiscales de despoblación. Estas medidas tienen como fin último hacer que nuestros pueblos sean lugares atractivos para vivir en ellos, pero necesitamos que sean atractivos para invertir. Y de ahí que apliquemos incentivación positiva y medidas de apoyo específico para empresas y emprendedores que se instalan en estas zonas. Los datos que arroja esta evaluación son esperanzadores. El saldo migratorio acumulado entre 2021 y 2024 en las zonas despobladas es de 15.423 personas. De cada 100 personas que migran a nuestra región, 23 tienen destinos en las zonas poco pobladas. Detrás de estas cifras hay un compromiso por la igualdad entre territorios que se ve también en los presupuestos de Castilla-La Mancha. En 2026 se destinarán 2.116 millones a la lucha contra la despoblación, 1 de cada 4 euros del presupuesto. De ahí nuestro firme compromiso en seguir manteniendo la atención médica continua a menos de 30 minutos, impulsando la escuela rural con menos de 4 alumnos y trabajando para garantizar la atención residencial para nuestros mayores en un radio de 40 kilómetros de su entorno. Todo ello lo estamos desarrollando a través de la Estrategia Regional frente a la Despoblación, con un horizonte en el 2035 y en este año 2025 estamos llevando a cabo una evaluación intermedia. Vamos a seguir por este camino. Estamos desarrollando agendas de desarrollo urbano y rural concebidas para acercar la lupa y reconocer las virtudes y necesidades de las comarcas para poder tomar medidas individualizadas de cada uno de estos territorios. Somos conscientes de que nos quedan aún retos importantes como el de la movilidad interna en cada comarca y la vivienda. La comunicación entre los pueblos y la movilidad en el territorio se ha incluido como un servicio esencial y hemos diseñado el transporte sensible a la demanda. Y en lo que se refiere a las políticas de vivienda, nuestra petición pasa porque desde la Unión Europea y los gobiernos nacionales se elaboren programas flexibles que se adapten a la realidad de cada territorio. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. And now we would like to welcome the last government present today, not the last one that will commit in the Rural Pact. And in this case, representing the regional government of Catalonia, another region in Spain, I would like to welcome Mr. Oscar Ordage, Regional Minister for Agriculture, Livestock, Food and Maritime Affairs.
please.
Hello, the last one. We are optimistic. We can visit Paris yesterday, okay? And we are optimistic because we come from the rural areas, okay, and we have a lot of homework to do. First of all, I would like to say three messages to resume what I want to say. We have a big challenges in all over the world, in the United States, in China, in Europe, for the rural development. Okay, we have a lot of gaps, population, investment, opportunities, and we have to reduce these gaps urgently. We have to do optimistic, okay, but we have to change a lot of things, a lot of laws, a lot of mentalities, okay, the communication, okay, what we are doing and what we have to do for the next years. And we have to do this with a global approach, integrated approach. We are committed with the rural development in this room, but maybe not in other governments or in other places, okay? We have to increase funds and change regulations, as we say, okay? And we have to change the governance, okay? We need to define the actions together, all the value chain in the rural areas, okay? And we have to listen and involve the local communities, companies, mayors, all the people who have to receive these new policies, okay? My team are with me, with the department. We are really concerned with the rural development from a lot of years. We have here the president of ARCA, is the representative of the leader groups in Catalonia, Sergi. Thank you for your amazing work, okay? And congratulations, director, for the Rural Pact and for your work. This is the best project that we have in our government, and we want to participate with a lot of proposals. Okay, we want to contribute with our vision and experience from Catalonia, and I will detail. We have a rural agenda. Okay, this is one. We have a rural agenda that we have approved 2 years ago with 900 of actions with public administrations, entities, companies, and with this integrated vision, all the things, all the public services that can affect the population or the opportunities in the rural areas. We speak in this rural agenda about the governments, well-beings, innovation and science, forestry, agri-food system, it's important, connected infrastructure, climate change, renewal, energies, etc. Okay, this is an important because this is an integrated and global approach that all that we have to do the next 10 years. Okay. The first law that we approved in the Parliament of Catalonia, in the new in this term, was the Statute of Rural Municipalities. Okay, we have a law specific for the rural and small municipalities to adapt the regulation to the small rural areas. Okay. We work together with leader groups. I think it's the best place, and we need funds. Okay. Invest, the best place to share projects with companies, with agri-food sector, with the fisheries, and with in the interior of territory. Okay, I think the key is the global vision. We want to economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable growth. Okay, and we have to take this global vision. I think it's important that I defend the full support for agri-food sector and food production. I think it's an engine of rural development, and we don't have to ensure this support, okay, and the general and we have some conflicts, and we have to speak about the future generational renewable strategy, okay. We have to ensure the full support for young people, okay, to stay at the rural areas. This is really important. Finally, I would like to invite you to participate in the Euro-regional meeting of a local actions group in Barcelona between November 26 and 28. You can fix in the agenda, Director. I think it's a good opportunity to share experience and opportunities in Barcelona with all of you, okay? Thank you very much, and congratulations for your good job. Thank you.
Yeah, he sits. Take a seat. Just 1 second, and we conclude. So the job is not done just with the acknowledgement of the community. Now we will be looking at you as examples. We would be curious to know how the different actions and commitments are performing, and we would like to promote them to inspire as well other regions. So we will use your political capacity to be an inspiration, and as well to try to advocate for integrated development and the Rural Pact with peers across Europe. Before we conclude, I'd like to thank you very much. I would like to have a final picture with all the governments. These are not the last government, these are the governments that we are acknowledging today. There are also other governments that have already committed to the Rural Pact, and we hope that you out there, as well as members of the Rural Pact community, can convince your governments to commit to take action towards rural areas and take the framework of the Rural Pact to give visibility to the excellent work that is being conducted as well out there in other regions. So, practicalities. After this session, we will go to another room, and there would be a formal signature of the commitment. You will be all informed about that. But before I send you all to lunch and to sign the political commitments, I would like to please encourage those of you that didn't put their names on the different group discussions, that the papers are still on the breakout or the coffee break. There are 2 areas, so if you exit the one on the right, please make sure you put your name on an empty space. If not, try to put your name. If you are really interested on one of the topics, put your name anyways. We will see there's certain flexibility to arrange on the different discussions. But we need to make sure that your names, all your names, are written on those papers. So please do me that favor. And now, without further ado, I'm the only obstacle between you and lunch, I believe. We will have to get back to the different breakouts after lunch. So we will not come in plenary. In plenary, there would be the first group taking place, and the others are distributed in the other room. So you need to go directly to the room where you want to join the discussions. At 2:15, I remind. Okay, so we have an hour and 15 minutes more or less for lunch, so it's plenty of time. So bon appetit, and see you later. Oh, yes, please. I forgot to print an You only need one, if you need second. Peter, can you be a victim to take notes? This is just for people to find. This is for people to know this is the topic.
Fabio is on it.
One in each table.
Here I gave this for the other one.
Pascal can distribute it. Oh. Hola. Hola, 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 hola. Okay. Did you have good lunch? Good. It's very important. Because you got energy now. It's now your time. We have been listening to a lot of presentations, a lot of interventions, some very provocative, some optimistic, some less optimistic. And now is the time to work. So I will try to explain what we will try to achieve today here. So we are 4 groups. This one is quite big. Good. You are, if I remember correctly, 1.1. So I'm going to refresh in case people still want to reshuffle a bit. You're going to be discussing about securing adequate funds for rural areas. Okay, in particular, we have 2 questions for you. In which way should the legislative proposals evolve to ensure adequate funding for rural areas in the future EU policies? Examples that we heard today, a mandatory minimum, incentives for member states, like higher co-financing, etc. So that point is going to be dealt in this table. This table is going to be dealing with rural proofing. And the question is similar to the previous one. How should the legislative proposals evolve to ensure an implementation of rural proofing? Okay. We also have a second question, which is on how the Rural Pact support policymakers and stakeholders in ensuring stronger rural voices. That is a common question for all the groups, okay? So if someone in the room is interested on rural proofing, it's there, the table. In this table, we are discussing integrated approaches targeting rural specific needs and beneficiaries. So the question is, in which way should the legislative proposals evolve to ensure the specificity of rural areas is addressed in EU policies? Examples that we heard today, separating the rural development and CAP from the NRPP, separate in a specific chapter for rural development, rural areas, so that this question is going to be discussed here. And we have a new topic we brought from the other room, smart villages, to this one. There's going to be two groups discussing about leader in the other room. So smart villages, now we welcome them in our group, and we have a full table as well about that. No more presentations today. You have in each table a representative of the Commission, or at least they're going to be around. This is not a debate with them. They're here to support, to clarify any doubts or questions that you might have about the proposal put in place. Here is really for you to discuss from the tables. You will see in the middle a harvest sheet. Okay? That's the homework that we have. We want to take, at the end of the day, this harvest sheet. Let me show it. At the end of your discussions, this is what we're going to collect. Okay? And, of course, we are not going to come up with probably one solution. What we are trying to do here is first to build a common understanding of what's out there in the proposal, and we have had a lot of discussion, and then try to seek for better ways or things that need to change, evolve in that proposal. And of course, in the different solutions, there are going to be arguments in favor, like, okay, this is, from this solution, this is positive because, but also there might be some arguments that would say, well, but still we would have this risk if we apply this solution. So it's not about getting consensus, it's about getting the picture, okay, sharing what the different perspectives are for the different proposed solutions, okay? So this is your homework for the first question, and then the second one on the strengthening the rural voices in the political debate. You have specific questions here. So that's the homework. So I will give you half an hour, a bit more than half an hour for the first question. So I will guide you. Don't be too stressed about the timing. I will guide you. Probably is the question that will gather most interest in the discussion. So we can be flexible, but say the first question is very important. The second one as well, there would be a bit less time to discuss it. But also it would be great to have some points. And then we will bring things together. And what is important is within the tables, you tell me one or two, mostly, points that emerged that more or less generated some more discussion, consensus, or the most important ones that you decide among yourself. The tables are going to be self-driven. So we're all grown-ups, we're all familiar with participatory approaches. You have a resource which is a commission person. They are an ally here. They could clarify things to come up with a good solution. So the time now is for you to make it happen. All the arguments, all the solutions, all the ideas. Now is the moment. So let's start. Anything else I miss? Yeah, to report back, just appoint a rapporteur, or I will go around. Appoint here I got more or less a victim already. Here probably I can identify already a victim. in that table there is another. For sure there is no problem for a rapporteur, and in this table we can as well identify another voluntary victim to report back. So okay, now is the time. I'm gonna shut up. Time is for you. Any doubt, please raise your hand. I will get to your table and as well try to clarify it. So all the best in the discussion. I want to hear noise. I want to hear you talking.
just react to the colleagues. So I am the minister responsible for 2028 plus negotiations. We are also the national coordinating body for all funds, like our ministry, the Department of the Prime Minister's Office, and also the Ministry of Finance. So we are really combining together. So now, of course, what we see, we have a clear idea now about how we make this society together. Is that our government don't have, and also the partners don't have, because they try to fight against racism, they try to integrate the resources, they try to give the holistic approach to the policies. And what is our idea? For example, the NRPP, there will be 40% dedicated, for example, to the territorial instruments. We have two of them, very successful, Republic and ITI. We want one more instrument, which will be on the regional level, so the integrated regional plans, which will put together all the instruments together to really have a possibility to find tailor-made solutions for each every place, not just on the level of some kind of older administrative role, but on the level of the functional areas, And there is a menu which is there is a menu which will be given by our government and the regions together with LAS, the municipalities, and the selection of menu for each region. What are the interventions which are most needed, because every region is different for this republic. And they will take all of these menus and try to create a plan. Such a plan is on the national level, also on the regional level. So we want to also engage them. Our government is maybe different in the government that the plan. We have very strong partnership platforms already now working in negotiations that they plus either sectoral, social, or horizontal. We have big engagements with all stakeholders organizations, so it's actually the structures are there, and we are also really trying to find the idea of so according to my opinion, also the decision, and we also put it into our framework position of the European Union, the government, the very government is that the territorial alignment should be a must in all the plans, like the principle, and also like the principle of subsidiarity, which is given by the European Union, and push for the tailor-made solutions that, which should be considered. Whatever is better to do on the regional level, so it should be done on this level. And there are priorities of the state as a such, defense items and other things, so it should be done on the national level. So I hope we'll find this spirit, and so we have this idea about it, but because it's not going very far away from the model we have now. It's the same. We have the policy, integrated regional operation program, there is 40% going to integrated instruments. We don't have regional program because the government, the reasons are the reason because the time passed. So we are actually replaced the regional programs by using by the CLRD and ITI. And it's maybe better placed based approach than to have a program, because in the program decision about money, etc. It's usually in our countries, it's usually connected with corruption than when things. So this is much more bottom-up, driven. And finally at the end of the day, as a ministry holding the biggest program at the same time, like the innovation program, we are happy that we can solve the support, because there is 5 times more schools applying, and it's difficult to select who can get it. If we give it to the instruments, they will decide themselves who needs the school more, so there will be the allocation, and they decide among themselves who needs the school more than me, and we are not competing. So this is the basic idea behind it. But I think what's important, and I've always said, it's really to make safeguards so that the partnership principle is followed in all member states, so that the territorial dimension is secured in all member states, and that the rural development as such is a part, of those plans. And for this, I am not a big fan of ring fencing and earmarking for all the things, because now you have to recalculate how you can set get 3 different types of regions in the Republic, so it's always very difficult to fulfill and calculate. But of course, generally, ring fencing for development there must be also from the European level. And then I think it can be flexible. We can say that there is a must to use CLRD, not just in saving but also in cohesion. But then let's leave it flexible, because the rural size of the there is too much fencing, then
So they're not looking at, they're killing it because we don't have any space. So, and it's just important to stress this.
I don't think the purpose of the table is to enter in that debate is for many years.
But that debate is important in a political perspective.
We have clarified the basics,
And that's
but
why
we'll be there in 5 minutes.
yes, yes.
I promise you, 5 minutes we're there.
It's important for our politicians to see the importance of developing rural areas.
Yeah, but those are the basis for this table. This table is here because we, all, you all agree, and with all the presentation, that rural development is the proposal. Now, okay, the question is not whether we have to have rural development. How do we say that? So what is why do we need rural development? General development. It's very important.
For everyone involved when you hear all about you have the so whenever you go somewhere else and you say with these rural development they are
in my opinion, it's absolutely paramount that the European Union is rooted in civilians. So as institutions, you are absolutely essential that civilians are aware of their importance of the
for the people
territorial development. The implementing as a because they have to be that's the role of the AIDR. In my private life, I work with MDGs and mediation programs. I'm the one of the ones who have experience in integrated development of finance and integrated financing. What is in the you know, my language is different from the European Parliament. Sorry for it. Because it's UNDP, you speak another one. So it's a multi-funding, yes, multi-funding and I'm talking about two things. I was the head of the country office, UNDP program office, not exactly country office in Hungary, in the first part of the 10th, so from 10 to 15 or something like this. And in that time, we initiated, we implemented a pilot program in the most disadvantaged rural region of Hungary, and then across Slovakia, the other part, as UNDP, and then it's just the government to try to find out integrated and multi-funded program and to work. So I see the political change in there was a political change, but the consequences of that political change started in the middle of the 10th. From that time it was closed, but we have a lot of, so we went through on a process to find out how to finance from
for every member state. Running some countries in Spain, it will be regional finance.
You just got it. You just said the key for every member
from the
ultimately it's quite how much to go full of it from the whatever, so there's no standard. But everybody decides based on the relative voting power of group stakeholders. If that's what you want,
What solution if we get to this point? What is the practical? Now we are the process. We have the proposal of the regulation. And here it's going to work to make amendments. So what are the solutions, amendments? Ideas, say at this stage.
So I'm really very happy to hear because I know that's not easy. It's not easy to start, and people have to learn that but unfortunately the risk is that
can I reflect a little bit on what's been
and they don't about
so
the same
for me,
not written in our
from the
national
starting
plan and it's
position,
part of this
we started discussing
the other is the rural development program is really at the same time we had the summit in that was about multi-funding and the interfaces how the
so if you look at the local action in Romania, quite a lot of the members
same
buy
actually
the funds. So there are different politics. So we need to recognize, and I have one word for this kind of stuff.
and
So we need to recognize this kind of values. The other thing we need to recognize when we think about what is the obviously what is one more and so nobody should as accountability. So it's not like we want more of I do not even go into this kind of opposition because it doesn't affect any local area. So what we really need regulating grounds that it's a must to do. Then not discounting too much depending on those countries which are the most for those who are good at this kind of conversation, it's not a problem there, but it's my colleague from Croatia and Finland. I'm getting there. You're getting there. And the other, I'm just trying to summarize. The other thing I think is important is when we look at what is in this decision, is not just what's in it, when it comes to quality, there are two things for me. One of them is
Some information, 10 more minutes for question 1 with flexibility.
And because my experience is they
to make it fit for purpose at the local level. And one thing we haven't touched upon but I think it's very important that it came out when we talked about things like what happens in urban areas or regional for instance or in rural areas is the capacity. So the capacity to slow down and use the funds are vastly different things in urban and rural areas. How many people can arrive in rural areas, how many can think about capacity also. So these are the elements, and we need to find a way, and here comes the proposal, we need to find a way to reflect those in the proposal, because at the moment, what are we hearing so far, what we hear from the parliament, I don't think it's just
it's not about the government, because no party is wanting it. For us, it's the basis of democracy on level, republic, no parliament, no group level. Thanks to so many ministries and thanks to that, there is a big power also with regard to support. So it's a big idea for the development shouldn't be a political issue, and it's not a political issue at the end of the day. Yeah.
chapter and ring fence money for that chapter. Rural areas also need key investments. We talk about health, transport, it's about how do we combine those sometimes it's confused, but we always have ministry, we have a rural development policy, but it's like a term check because we are not looking for another term because it's not just a single term. So here we are speaking generally dedicated rural development, and we are totally not speaking about rural development like many times education, mobility, health, etc.
My opinion is
so it's a combination of small, big, with all those tools to go within, let's say, defense, chapter and ring fence. And which will be ring fence because we will require
so propose solutions. I did try to, don't try to forget. Yes. All my examples, all those 5 years strong examples, the problem was that all the separate programs, so the rural development was out of the holistic plan. So it's much always stuck in a situation that there is a wall between the well, it's not so potential argument that it's easier
necessary to find literacy of A of RTJX in this regulation in comparison with the next regulation in order to know what is the legal basis.
And what do you include in that? We just say that the direct basis that they do.
We need 20 more minutes.
So, it's pretty much anything which is similar example to what there is the present but not rural women. This example is basically clearest example is we have a rural chapter, and the authority is saying, okay, we can include investment, we can include communities. So it's a core intervention logic within the rural chapter. This example is NRC.
You will not be accountable for the policy.
We can add a rural chapter or any other way we will specify it. It will be the commission who will bring that. What I'm missing is based on what is the commission going to judge our national plan. When will the funding be adequate for the commission? What will be the
Then I had to do no, then we have to write down what is the
This can work or not work. Yeah, you are in the pro. Difficult to get political.
Let's get the proposal slide first. Because
not there yet. Member states, there's not a separate chapter. Yes.
Put a question, what the long-term vision as a kind of framework, what is the role it could play into assessing how this rural chapter has been designed?
What is the clue?
Put it more with the whole national rural part, the whole.
More scenarios.
What criteria?
Not only these two.
Proposal by like studying for an exam, how this could work on this. So how can ring fence
So if, for example, you said that you would have to have it as a separate.
But also design the size, because otherwise
doesn't matter.
Where's the money? Yes, I'm not sure how this works. So responding to this, there should be a
So put that rural chapter, put the regulation as the member state to say, put in this chapter, you have to how to contribute to the long-term vision. There you have a benchmark. You say, okay, I'm going to say this chapter again, these goals, or program, every state with the analysis, with the measure. You don't say you chapter or
But the question here is clear. So do we want a separate program somehow, or do we think about a separate chapter with the first piece about the separating rural development from the this is what I want.
There are two tables talking about it. For sure, they're going to come up with the.
But it's a logical conclusion from what we discussed before, because I think we are looking at it from two levels.
What is
we started with how to divide.
I had no idea.
So some guidance to everyone. I know the first question is generates a lot of interest. You can decide whether you want to move to the second or continue on the first one. It's flexible. You decide according to your dynamics.
What is positive? Separate chapter, what is positive? There should be dedicated funding for community.
And local.
We call it whatever, but local communities. And that also should be obligated. There should be member states should demonstrate they are thinking about the diversity of their own rural areas. And have a mechanism to actually listen to the diversity in all areas. So these are the part I don't know. Let's look at the proposal first, and then we then the one to what we mostly when you generate one funding again, to finance one, you can say that at any level. But then the second
second level is country practice and community-based local funding. So there should be a subject or whatever.
For the second
Because otherwise it's not 5% of the total.
changing the word smart villages is small, small communities is
what percentage of perhaps
Of the project.
let's think more thinking about that because you
So,
lose
I already write it if you
But I don't understand.
Can I write lack of democratic approach?
So I have to understand, does that also imply that they cannot say, okay, we'll do this with heavy money, but
it's a danger, it's not that it will be
once let's understand that, because I need that. Completely heavy, so that it cannot be sort of, okay, so it will, because we need to oblige governments to also.
how much?
Yes, yeah.
That's another.
Are you calculating that?
The first one says, obligatory dedicated rural chapter define again objectives and responsibilities, right? Let's get the second one. The second one.
It's the same as if you want. What's the law? It's the same. Not having the same. What group is proposing the plan? So it's going across the line.
Yes.
What gives rural areas the right to claim their dedicated part? I am convinced of the fact, but I try to make it sharp.
I was talking about separate chapters. National, if the country is like Czech Republic, depends on the size. But your country
But
is
dedicated.
So the first proposal was based on what we discussed. Obligatory dedicated rural chapter, dedicated in one day, within the hierarchy, defined against the RTP, contribution of that.
But I think when the regions ambitions drop, like then it's really too bad. Follow
We're thinking of two levels, like the member state level and the community because the chapter, I mean, we touched upon something, the chapter could be funded from so it's not just the chapter. But also, that's what I'm saying, it's also project we need to change. So this one is like the member states responsibility to
It is me once more. You have 15 minutes for the discussion, to conclude discussions. 15 more minutes.
Or do you contabilizzazione può fare.
Nowadays it's very complex to say how much money you have in training competition. So that would be a simple approach. Okay, now how much money you have spent in this program? It is not like that because the operation territorial segregation of the money in all the funds. I'm talking about the so that's difficult to quantify. It's an issue that we face when we talk about repensing it. What do you put? How many billion? Is it a share? 30%? Calculated out of what? So politically you need to argue and have some evidence.
State in your paying that to involve what is the stakeholders and you pay what can achieve.
Yeah, but when we talk about ring fencing, we say it is 30% of something. Okay, how do we define this minimum?
More flexibility for the
Not less than in the region.
Common vision and
There was a war and something, so it's not, we cannot just now there is a war, we have, so that we have political argument. No, I know, but it's not
the question is how much money now. In your mind, you probably have second thing.
We have a very important local
Yes, because we cannot keep it on
Please, let's move on to number 2, so we can do it on that level, and then
we come up with the
we can make it more concrete later.
I was saying that this is going to be 10 minutes.
Exactly, that's
And the issue of religious
something like this. It's difficult to work with you because I cannot summarize. So I think when I ask for the what we are asking about is do you have to the member state to say that we dedicate 1 euro for the research? This is what we're talking about. This is a second level discussion for the pros and cons and things there. But I mean, I cannot give you a number now. I don't know if you can get that. There's no way to give us a number because there's a different allocation of funds. There are more than one fund to use, but we need to think about that, or then this is
The headline said challenges and strengths.
exactly how to define,
And then move on.
the politician, policymaker, you say ring fencing, you need to tell us how you going to ring fence.
Yes, we know, but let's
Here I see the big role and the other one is
So that's the challenge, we have to solve that.
I put it down, how to define the minimum. It's not against, it's like it's a challenge.
We also want to
Right?
discuss
Because this is important question that we can solve. I would suggest a work on the second level, which is
something you can share.
diversity,
Engage other.
it's not enough to be
I can send you Mr. Shishko that I have committed to
the combination is the capacity
What we can provide is capacity development on many ways. By exchange,
Exactly, that's why I'm saying it's not it's much more than
and we become
exactly, that's why I'm saying it's not only retail.
So it's not just farm rule, it's actually balance.
so we can
It's
this
like how
one
you
as
consider the people, the local level, the community level, without saying the word. I don't mind, but
in
it's
Europe,
there.
it is diverse capacity building.
Because there are two groups pushing for it. The organised capacity development and one of the tools.
But there is also funding for that.
So it's not one.
We want to talk local
Faith-based and community-based.
community-based local development. Yeah, but then there are also
We have safety network, which is running on a national level. But do you know anything like
so community-based
for the broader, sense of safety network and finance on a national level, but they can finance just things which are just connected with CAP, they cannot finance from so it's quite strange.
But I had tried that at any level. At all levels.
Yeah, so it's not the same thing. Because you are similar, like Rural Pact for traffic safety and Rural Pact have much less responsibility mainly on the
What difference would it make?
We need to dedicate a chapter obligatory definition of place and community-based
to rural development. No, it's not even saying that.
approach for rural.
Okay, then I'm fully
So we've got to do stuff.
5 last minutes, because we will need time to bring things together, because I see there is a lot of good outcomes.
Second level, we need to dedicate a chapter, the obligatory definition of place and community development. But in the plan, the plan, definition
And dedication of resources.
actually,
Because the resources comes the research has to make sure that there is. And then he's going to ask how many and how many.
so So let's look at arguments for and against, because that's a task, and Eric asked me to write something. So for the first one and the second one, we have arguments for and against. The more is easy. What are against?
it's like institutional capacity building somehow, I don't call it organized capacity building, so it's clear that it should be corrected in money, but it shouldn't be no, so cross the funding, it's not about funding.
I just read what is not a final word.
System for this, what will you do?
That's why. It's a very defined thing.
Because we have no idea that this is not it's amazing we work now because we have the process support, we don't have resources, you pay the national experts,
to have the capacity constraints, it's part of
Can I we bring them together? I acknowledge this is a topic we need way. Okay. Now, let's hopefully I wish I can give you another hour to keep discussing. I have the feeling we need way more time. So if I can ask the last table on rural proofing to please join us here. I would like to bring things together because time is up, unfortunately. I have the feeling we would really need way more time to discuss these questions. People are using the last 30 seconds. I know the first question was already very challenging, and some groups only manage to if they manage to discuss and get some consent question one, it's already a big achievement. So just get one table. Okay, something that's gonna be interesting is to put things together and see what came out as well from the other tables. That can enrich as well the whole discussion today. Where did I put my papers? Okay, let's spend some time to discuss. Can I please ask for a bit of attention? You are gonna hate me after today. Please don't. Please don't hate me after today. I know it's a very important discussion, but time is also here with us. Okay, I will ask my colleague Pascal to go mostly question one, I think. First, big thank you because we know it's a very challenging task what we have given you. Already with the first question, we could spend a whole day discussing the first question. So I really thank you for the effort. So what we will try now is to try to put things together. And I've seen there has been some results in different tables that I think could build on each other's or maybe be the same ones. So I will start probably with this table. I would really like to ask Peter, I would imagine, to say what would be the two main points you would like to report from the first question. And I repeat it, what changes, in which way should the legislative proposals evolve to ensure rural issues are addressed?
Thank you, Enrique. I'm trying to read my own handwriting and what we agreed. So it's a double challenge. So the first proposal we have is to have an obligatory dedicated rural chapter with dedicated funding, EU funding, within the NRPs, and it should be defined against the long-term vision objectives. And the second, maybe I'm too fast. The second is, within this dedicated rural chapter, there should be an obligatory definition and allocation of funding for place and community-based approaches for rural development. So place and community-based approaches for rural development should be an obligatory part of this rural chapter with funding allocated to them. Okay, pros and cons for both, because it's an obligatory thing. The con was, how come the EU defines for member states what they need to do, what they have to do in terms of making it obligatory. The pros is that if we make it obligatory, we're not talking about how much because that's another discussion, but if we make it obligatory, we actually make sure that the rural element in development is not neglected and it's given enough attention or sufficient attention. And for the second one, which is the community and place-based approaches, it is essential also for involvement of local rural stakeholders in their own future, and essential for local planning, to start local planning. So without the motivation that there is a guarantee that we will have access to development and funding, the motivation just goes down and there's no involvement from rural communities. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Peter. Summary, a chapter, ring-fence money for that chapter in rural, using the long-term vision as some sort of a strategic framework to design the measures that go in there, and then as well, place-based allocated there as well secured. Big question is kind of not cons, but it's kind of the area what we need to discuss probably more is how do we define that ring fence? What is the minimum that should go in that chapter? It's a challenging thing to do. Probably we will need more time for that. Question, I would imagine this is something that was brought up in other tables. Is it the case? This issue of a chapter was mentioned in your table. Do you want to build up on that? What came out in your discussion around this point?
I can say yes. We couldn't decide. Of rural chapter, it was the main discussion around our table. We couldn't decide. So we decided to present three options. First option is separate chapter. Another option is separate program outside the plan. And third option is separate chapters. So, it's a difficult question that we couldn't answer. And as we discussed around our table, we see that different countries and different institutions has different opinions and different point of view when it comes to that. So when it comes to separate chapter, in favor of this solution, we noted down that it would give integrated, more flexible, more holistic answer, and it will answer the real needs, yes? And against that we have lack of experience and danger of lack of cooperation and using a bottom-up approach. When it comes to separate program, so this second option, in favor of this solution is that we would have a legal framework when it comes to, it would be generally outside the plan. And when it comes to potential arguments against this solution, we noted that it would give us isolation.
No multi-fund approach.
Oh, okay, and no multi-fund approach. Thank you. And the last option we discussed is separate chapters. Because we noticed that in different countries, for example, regions have different, different positions, different powers. So we noted that in favor of this solution is common vision and framework, and against fragmentation of plan. So that's all.
So I have a question on the different chapters. You mentioned a strategic vision. So they flagged in that table that they see the long-term vision for rural areas as the strategic framework within which you can have one chapter on rural. So what you propose is could be one chapter on rural, or it could be several chapters, but that they all contribute to. Okay. Good. Yeah, no. Here we are not going to come back with decisions. That is clear. We explored options. We are not deciding on what is the direction we are going to take. We are trying to get an understanding. That's the purpose of today, of different options that we have on the table. And this is still an ongoing process. So this is not the end. This is a beginning, and we need to continue exploring and assessing the different options. Okay, rural proofing, and then I got on smart villages.
Okay, thank you. We had kind of 3 very concrete proposals and 1 more general point. And I maybe start with the general point because we started first discussing what is rural proofing and how do we actually understand that. And made very clear it needs to be very broad, not kind of limited in terms of the sector and scope, and that probably there would be more need for a clear toolkits, guidance, and some champions doing it. So basically saying it took some time to get a common understanding there. Once we had that, we came up with kind of 3 very concrete proposals. One saying we actually need to have the rural areas addressed in the CAP recommendations from the Commission to the Member States to make very clear that this goes beyond the pure CAP and takes a broader rural development perspective, which then would help a more integrated approach and a more generation renewal respect in that sense. And had, of course, then the downside that some of the elements will be outside the traditional classical CAP area, which then can lead to a number of rejections or reactions. I think the second approach was very similar and came out of that discussion saying, okay, we also would need in the European semester a very clear rural attention and rural areas being clearly addressed, so that also that kind of gets a broader view and breaks at the moment very sector policy oriented European semester and gives more focus to rural areas and also to the diversity of rural areas. So it's not a rural area, it's a rural area, etc. And of course, on the downside is that is quite a lot of work. So we have an issue on administrative workload and burden, and we might also some member states finding themselves not too enthusiastic about receiving those recommendations. So there are those aspects, and then the third one was saying, okay, when we have the national and regional partnership plans, they really, all 27 of them, would need to undergo a rural proving in order to make sure that this is there, and that also needs a very clear responsibility, who is in charge of that, and very clear guidelines so that this is more than a paper exercise and not just saying we annex that and we don't care about what the result was as long as we have an annex called rule proofing. The pros why we think that is useful was, on the one hand, it really contributes to that do no harm discussion, saying that European funding shouldn't do harm to certain aspects. It shouldn't increase the spatial injustice and geography of discontent so that some areas are feeling left behind. And we also discussed and said, okay, if the colleagues from the first table don't succeed to get a ring-fenced budget, then at least we want to have that one to make sure that if there's no specific budget, we at least get the rule proving to make sure that the budget is used. Whereas I think it doesn't need to be either or, but we can also try both. On the downside is, of course, again, that's a lot of administrative work. It doesn't really go very well hand in hand with the simplification efforts the Commission is trying to put through. And it requires quite a lot of time and capacities at both the member states and at the Commission. And then a discussion we had also is saying, okay, if that shall have an effect, there needs to be guard that says, okay, if you're rule-proofing that so, you're not passing here, which then probably would be the Commission, which I am sure will be very appreciated by the member states. So we have a number of issues there, kind of how to actually then make it happen and make it useful and not just another tick box paper exercise.
Yeah,
I think, but please, colleagues here, if I forgot anything or champions? No, but we also said that in order to make it happen, it helps if we have clear champions so that there's some, somebody.
What are champions?
As I understood it, was those that are already doing it and can be good
Rural
practice
proofing.
and
Government's already doing rural proofing.
yeah, but you.
People within governments with direct responsibility, so they're identifiable not within government but also to civil society. So you can say that team there, those persons there, they're the ones who we can speak to, we can engage with. So they're champions within and responsible for rural proofing.
I think you bring a very interesting point. Connecting with the chapter is basically asking the Commission to be the safeguard of rural areas. And there was an interesting comment coming from here. Is, how are they going to do that against what? You know, what are you going to put as a benchmark to enable Commission officials to assess these programs, to be able to tell to a member state, this is good, this is bad, this is not enough? In this table, that's why they mention as well in the rural chapter, they say, how can we program and assess this rural chapter? They say, well, the framework is there, and you mentioned it in your presentation. The long-term vision, it has shared goals that you might ask, and it's already in place. So you might ask member states to say how you are designing your programs to contribute to these ambitions.
And I think we had the same discussion that we need a very clear toolkit so that the member states know what to do. And also that there's some sort of a scoring system so that it's not saying, okay, it's an interpretation of the Commission of our toolkit's approach that it passes or not, but that there's some objective way to say, okay, those member states did it and those kind of maybe need
rather
to
than
think.
ChatGPT.
You could also ask them.
Okay. Last group, smart villages.
Yes, so I presented an idea and we discussed it quite in depth. So if we stay with the current framework of the regulation, what I think and what we discussed, that smart villages should much better fit into the cohesion policy logic. So in that sense, be part of the NRP plans, if you'd like. So not so much in the chapter, which is actually, it's not there right now, but much more consideration in how it fits into a more integrated territorial development and cohesion policy framework. In that sense, what we are thinking of in the Smart Village Network services right now, that maybe to call it smart small communities, because firstly, villages was a bit controversial in some countries. On the other hand, it would make it feel that it's much more integrated with the cohesion policy logic. So the smallest communities shouldn't be left behind is the logic, and the right to stay argument stands very much for that. But of course, we also discussed that smart villages is a term that already people got used to, so how the two can be reconciled. So that's one thing. The second thing is that it's already there, actually, the logic fits because it's already under territorial cooperation, the Smart Village strategy is mentioned. But what's important to have a dedicated article, which kind of, it's a method which is similar to CLLD, but the idea is that it's a multi-funded framework for small communities, that they think of a vision, a longer-term perspective, and they get funding for that. So it's a similar method to LEADER, but slightly different. different as well, but it's a participatory, and we discussed the civil society engagement at the local level, which is part of very much part of that logic. So the obvious advantage would be that it's much better integrated in the cohesion policy thinking, and the cohesion policy stakeholders and ministries and regional authorities would start to think about how to better support the smallest communities through this method, and yes, not leaving the smallest communities behind logic. So more or less, I don't know if I should add anything else, but yeah, that's the idea now.
It's interesting, and I think I'm going to take what I heard in this table. Actually, here they were saying if we move rural to the cohesion and regional type of traditional approach, the ones that would not benefit are the small projects, and you're saying the opposite. You're saying the small communities fit more under the cohesion approach, so probably there is room to talk about that, because there are different.
I think if I may add, I think if we create a frame, right now it doesn't because it's forgotten, but if we create the framework for that, for instance, we were drafting an article which specified that certain earmarked, I forgot to say that, certain earmarked funding should be distributed through this method to the smallest communities, then cohesion stakeholders would start to think about it. So we just shouldn't go past dependent. But
So
we should think out of the box.
In general, it fits with one of the ideas here is they had a chapter, ring fence, for rural, and within that, securing the support for community-driven initiatives, smart villages, leader, and any other. So I think there is that connection there. We say cohesion is NRPP. We don't know if who is going to be the managing authority behind that chapter. It's open.
We could create a chapter with sub-chapters. So the model that we have just mentioned here, having I would say, the support to the smart village could be one of the sub-chapter, for instance, with others.
Okay. So that's for the first question. And time is up. Second question, I understand the first question was already critical, a very important one that deserves a lot of attention, and I acknowledge time was very tight. So for the second question, I would like just to give the floor to those that managed to discuss the second question. Which group managed to discuss the second question? Here, one, and there, and there. Okay. So very quickly, please.
So this was really a quick discussion, but there are two things that we mentioned. And correct me if I got it wrong. The first one was about an idea that the national rural pacts, reflecting the idea of this mandatory place-based, what we described, should be made. So this could be reflected in the national rural pacts, and that would give it enough power. And then the second idea was to improve coordination of rural policies within the European semester, rural policies with other policies within the European semester process. So to strengthen that.
Good. I understand this table was already very complex topics and handled on the first question. Very quickly here on the second question. Any of you? Very quickly.
Generally, it was about capacity building. Yes, at all levels. So we just, yeah.
May I? Yeah, if you agree. Yes, very quickly. So we think that the bottleneck of the implementation of the multi-fund and integrated approach is the lack of capacity at each level. So it could be ensured at Commission level to be able to build capacities and provide financing it, and that's one of the key roles of the Rural Pact. Thank you.
So it's linked to a point mentioned there. I didn't pay anyone to say anything about National Rural Pact, but I guess it's an issue. It was flagged. I think you mentioned in your presentation networking. So we are moving towards integrated rural development. What is the future of networking is not mentioned in the regulation. Here, very shortly to conclude.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, this is not something we discussed much in detail, but I think what's worth mentioning is tomorrow's meeting of the Rural Pact Coordination Group, because we've got the declaration and we will discuss how to better integrate different provisions of that declaration into the regulation, and that's definitely one way and channel to discuss this.
RPCG, Tom. Yeah.
Without the permission of the group, the question, it implies one voice, so it doesn't say voices. So somebody has to bring voices together, so there is some clarity for policymakers, and that might be a role for the pact. And then the word heard, again, is rather demeaning. It's, we're past that stage of hearing what voices are saying. We're in the process of devising schemes which are actually say, you're in the room, you're participating, you will be fed back decisions and informed. So it's not, we've got to move on from hearing to actually participating more fully. So I think in the next period, those two things, getting a clear rural voice, but making certain that those voices are then participating through a proper way in which actually voluntary organizations are, the cost of travel, the cost of that sort of thing is borne by the parent body. So there is an ability to exchange at an equal basis.
Very clear. You all deserve a very nice coffee. Because we are 8 minutes late. But I wanted to first thank you for your commitment. As I said, very complex discussion. We didn't expect to get an agreed conclusion. We wanted you to get to know different points of view, to have a moment to think with peers about the different options, the difficulties that are out there, so that we can also continue planning what are the right next steps we should be taking in this process, which is now open on the future of rural policies. So thank you very much again. And you are free to go to coffee, and we will return, I think, here at around 4. So it's going to be a quick coffee. Okay? Thank you very much, everyone. Applause for everyone.
Thanks, Irina. Well done.
We went with the best case scenario, But okay, no, I know. I was hoping that they could think also in the sense of,
They needed a lot of
but
time
they
to
needed
get-
much more time
come
because
together.
we have been thinking about this for months and months.
Did you have any noise in your record? It was fine. Just the noise.
can die already. Yes, it's like more like to reach like okay, the policy that we have not organized.
Although my memory issue, so exactly. Take a lot of notes. Maybe I know, you know, I know, of course. Not too far. Okay. You know the Belgian city of Tupperware? 20 miles long. Not like the whole I have the privilege to be working in a smart village as much. Some Dutch are sure. Thank you.
And for some of them, it's like, but the path is cement. We were asking our people, open ceremonies like that, cabinet, member states, and so on. Okay, but then you need to have
That's for sure. That's for sure. That's what really. That's what really. Yes. But still, you get that.
There's one for one side cuisine. Maybe people might not know this.
Oh, very easy.
Take that for this side of the room. That's what the Rural Pact Community
Yeah. No, quite on the contrary.
Mike said that already.
What are the concrete things?
The flow and ice. That's part of our culture.
Okay. Let's please. I know we have had very active discussion. Let's start taking our places. I hope my colleagues also have access to a microphone. There is one here. Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the work that you have done on a topic that is very dear to all of our hearts, and this is a topic that is very challenging to discuss on a table as well with people that you just met, but I think overall you all have done a very good job. I told you at the beginning of this conference we had a homework, we have a task, and I think you have fulfilled the expectations that we set at the beginning of the meeting. We did not expect to come up with a solution today to solve the challenges. This is a start, this is a beginning. What we try to do today with you is to put, and that you had the chance to share your ideas and listen to the ideas from others so that we can contrast them, we can assess them, and we can get different perspectives. This is a wider dialogue that needs to continue at European level, probably within the Rural Pact, but also it's a dialogue that needs to continue in the member states and the regions. So what we're going to provide now with the report backs is a flavor of the ideas that were shared, the arguments that were put forward, so that we share them with you and we take it as a start. We are going to identify gaps, and we are going to start the reflection among these ideas to see where we can get consensus and where we can move forward. So we will start with the first group. I'd like to give the floor to my colleague Pascal, if you can take a microphone. And the first group discussed the place of rural areas in the next EU policies. And we had 4 subtopics. The first one, securing adequate funding for rural areas, very challenging topic. Rural proofing, integrated approaches, targeting rural specific needs and beneficiaries. And then we did a slight change, and we actually moved the discussion on smart villages to our group, because there were 2 groups discussing leader. There was a lot of interest, so probably from the leader group we will see much more inputs about that. So Pascal, from this first group, what are the main messages that emerged?
Thank you, Enrique, and thank you to the participants of this group. So we have split the outcomes according to the 2 questions. The first one was about solutions to be proposed to, I would say, to improve the legislation proposals. So here, a first solution, I mean, the chapter on the dedicated chapter on rural areas has been discussed in the different, I would say, subgroups. So a first proposal was about the obligatory dedicated rural chapter within the NRPPs with dedicated funding defined within the long-term vision for rural areas perspective. The positive point is the local ownership for thinking about future at the level of the rural stakeholders, and I would say the challenge is the issue of national competence, political will versus EU competence. Linked to this obligatory dedicated rural chapter, we have also an obligatory component in the rural separate chapter focused on place-based and community rural development, and as well as small-scale policy measures in terms of opportunity. This is the same than above, and in terms of challenge is about the feasibility of defining this inclusion in the rural separate chapter. They have also several options linked to this separate chapter on rural, separate program, or separate chapters. I do not go into detail, but in terms of opportunity is to have to support a holistic approach, a legal framework, and also a common vision. But the challenge is about the lack of experiences on this approach, on this structure, the isolation and no multi-funding approach, and the fragmentation within the NRPPs. On rural proofing, the importance to define clear guidelines on rural proofing. Opportunity is to have an existence of a clear and legal framework in that area, and the challenge it's about requiring capacity, the demonstration of usefulness of rural proofing, and make it happen at member state level where the EC has a role to play. And we have also mentioned to provide dedicated toolkit on this rural proofing. In terms of question 2 on how the Rural Pact support these proposals, not these proposals, the new legislative approach is the National Rural Pact to reflect the place-based and community rural development, the coordination of rural policies within the EU semester, the capacity building on integrated development in rural areas at all levels, and the enhancement of a unified voice in the EU national and regional policy debate to support rural areas.
Thank you, Pascal. Please an applause. So in a nutshell, there were different options discussed, whether one chapter within the NRPs, big discussion about ring fencing, especially work still needs to be done to say, okay, we ring fence, how much we ring fence. If we go for different chapters, the question was, how do we assess that we are really addressing the issues and opportunities that are in rural areas? And I think a general comment that emerged is that the long-term vision is already put in place that can help assess, for instance, whether the NRPPs are addressing the European goals that we set up at European level. It could be an instrument to support perhaps some sort of rural proofing of the NRPPs that was also mentioned. But there is still, I think, room for keeping the discussions on these options, sharing the pros and cons of each of them, and try to identify what is the best way to move in each member state. Thank you very much, Pascal. The second group discussed the bottom-up community-led approaches. And here I give the floor to Gianluca. You had two main topics, leader and urban-rural.
Hi, everyone. Thanks to all the participants in our room. I'll start from the rural-urban linkages. So there were two main proposals on the legislative change. So the first one was to improve the potential for synergies between urban and rural areas, widening the scope of action of leader beyond farmers and forest owners. And then there was also a more general suggestion to mirror the initiatives that you have for urban, for rural areas as well. For example, the EU urban initiatives, and this will allow also for easier dialogue between the two different areas. And then the action under the Rural Pact support will be to promote dialogue and capacity building support for rural actors to engage with urban stakeholders in this dialogue that is much needed in this case. Then we move to leader. Here we have a few more points because there were two different tables. So the first point was ring fencing, leader in the NRPP. So here, of course, there was a big discussion around all these points, but of course here we are aware that ring fencing is an issue at this point because we don't know to ring fence on what kind of budget, if on the ring fence budget, on the overall budget. So there is a discussion and details to clarify, but ring fencing should be there, and then all the discussion trickles down from that. Then we have Article 77, which was on the rules for support under leader. This was the point that was made was that these rules should not only be applied for leader, but for CLLD in general. And to this, very linked to this, but it's not in this list, it's the issue of differentiating CLLD and leader to make some clarification around that as well. And then the other point was regarding the clear definition of a better definition of beneficiaries under leader that needs to go beyond farmers. And then we have Article 18 that quotes that actions under leader should be at least done under disadvantaged rural areas. To revise a little bit this article to allow for the best action that can be done at each member state, considering also the competition for funding between LAGs. And then, of course, as of now, leader does not contribute to the social indicators, and it should indeed. And don't forget that we should not forget that one of the three dimensions of the added value of leader is indeed social capital, increasing social capital. And then the other point was regarding the long-term vision for rural areas, that there was a lot of work around that, and the people at the tables were wondering where was all this in the MFF. Then another proposal was to include LAGs to create a formal partnership with LAGs to involve them in the whole process, from drafting to the proposal to evaluation. So an increased involvement of this kind of body. Then for the actions under the Rural Pact, one point was to open opening an open consultation and also, of course, coming up with a policy brief, a policy paper. This is there has been a lot of the discussion was around that. There has been a lot of advocacy for leader, but yes, he also needs to have a formal step to advocate for change, so that it is acknowledged the ideas of groups of people. Then we have the RPCG should also do an advocacy joint statement to reinforce the ideas that come out of this discussion, and then the to promote Rural Pact events across member states and use the Rural Pact members at the national level to facilitate dialogue between EU institutions and managing authorities. That's it.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. So elements that also came up in the first group are also here. We talk about ring-fencing community-led local development, clarifying better in the regulation, in the proposed regulation, leader, CLLD, and a lot of actions for the Rural Pact. Again, the issue of the long-term vision for rural areas to act as a strategic framework to guide community-led local development, their strategies, not only for them, but the overall rural strategies from the program was mentioned. Thanks a lot. And the third discussion was around partnership.
Yes.
And here I give you the floor, Ursula.
Okay, thank you very much. So this time you have to look this way. These are our products. We had indeed effective partnerships, but we looked at it from different angles. So the angle of more involving rural communities in decision making, more involving finding space for regional and local authorities, and also building the capacity to participate and the capacity to allow to participate. So we had those three pillars. And we all agreed that the strengthening the partnership principle is definitely something that we need to look at. And that there are different ways to achieve this. There's one way is to have a really formalized, to formalize the process of partnership, to give it more detail and for it to become more detailed. Also, there was the idea that the partnership principle, the putting it in place, could be funded. The question is how, okay, for the participation requires some funding. So there was a suggestion that was actually coming from Leader CLLD, that earmarking of some Leader CLLD funding to specifically support the partnership principle and participation of civil society and other stakeholders in the design of policies, in the implementation, monitoring, and so on. Another idea was that the EC should provide, the Commission should develop guidance and best practices of countries that are applying the partnership particularly well. So to give examples as inspiration. And also we looked at the way of finding indicators that correspond to the need to make sure that the partnership principle is taken into account. Indicators are one method one part of the fund where this is particularly important. And we were thinking about composite indicators, so qualitative and quantitative together somehow. There are a lot of arguments for and against. Just to say, of course, for the more prescriptive and compulsory things are, the more member states will resist it. Of course, that's one very important argument to keep in mind. But there are also some arguments in favor of, like, for example, involving Leader CLLD into the implementation of the partnership principle is the fact that this is already done at the local level. So this is already, in many places, it is already functioning. We also thought about the capacity building. It's very important that the capacity building instruments are in place. We should have instruments in place. Some countries already have. We had the example from Latvia where there is already an instrument to finance building the capacity of local communities to participate in policy, let's say, making there was one interesting point that we should build the capacity of audit authorities. That is very important also, in not just local stakeholders, managing authorities, but also the auditors. And there was the idea of organizing a mediation process. So there would be some kind of mediators between the different stakeholders to make sure that they really not just participate, but that they can come to a consensus and they can move things forward. Now, for the actions that will be that can be taken to bring this about, to make this happen, we had this idea of the good practices, the database of good practices should be made more accessible. So there are all the good practices about participation, about putting partnership principle in place and so on. And the responsible agency, either Rural Pact Support Office or another agency, should ensure that these good practices are better available. Now, there is this idea specifically that the Rural Pact should be explicitly mentioned in the legislative proposals, and that there should be structures replicated at national and maybe regional levels. So this is something for the proposals, again, but this has come up as an action, and it's an action to be taken by the Commission and the Rural Pact Community, but it would also have an impact on the proposals. Encourage member states and regions to join the Rural Pact to make it stronger. And we had actually two groups, I think we all agreed, that two groups agreed about a specific tool to be put in place to help the Rural Pact be stronger, and the voice of rural communities to be stronger in policy making, is to have one full-time Rural Pact manager per member state. It was just, I'd say, a revolutionary proposal that has come up from our group. That would be helpful to connecting different strategies, to take a place-based perspective on policies, and to facilitate peer-to-peer learning. So that would be a solution that would really have a big impact. And then we have also some additional ideas to strengthen the capacity building. Is the monitoring committees should be involved in the current monitoring committees should already be involved in the plan, in design the future plans, and the different DGs, the Commission different DGs, should go more out into the member states and liaise with the rural communities and to facilitate that participation, and not only, as I understand, DG Agri, but also the other DGs. Okay, and but the question is who should do it, whether it's the Rural Pact Support Office that can make this happen, or other bodies that we left open. We didn't have an answer.
Thank you very much, Ursula. If I can take one point from what you said that also was mentioned in the other groups, is this this idea that we have been heard the whole day of we're moving towards a proposed integrated approach to rural development, and the issue emerged in the first group about the Rural Pact and the role of networking to build capacities around all these areas that we are expecting the NRP to be handling as well for rural areas, housing, health, education, name it. What is the role of networking to build all those capacities? So I saw it got mentioned as well in your group. Good, we move on. As most of you might know, the Rural Pact has a governance body, which is called the Rural Pact Coordination Group. It's the group made up by relevant EU and different level stakeholders that actually steer the direction of the actions of the Rural Pact. And this, we have today, and actually this coordination group is gonna meet tomorrow, and we're gonna take all the points that you have come up with today very seriously tomorrow to discuss. a bit of promotion. This coordination group has written a declaration that you have a document in the publications corner with their opinion, positions on the future policies for rural areas. This is a good starting point that, combined with what came up today, this group will continue discussing tomorrow what are the next steps to be taken. And we have the vice chair of this Rural Pact Coordinator group with us, and we ask her a very difficult task, which is to be kind of a keynote listener and try to grasp some of the main messages that emerged today. So Edina, I'm not sure if you managed to prepare, you have some, I had no doubt. So Edina from the Smart Villages Network Service and Vice Chair. Clicker, is there any one here below?
Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay, I know most of you are very tired, so I promise I will be try to be sharp and short. So my role was, as Enrique just introduced, to listen to what you said today and what we heard today. So that's why what I will try to summarize in a very simple way. I just invented this today. I mean, not the concept because it's an existing one, but just the way I would like to structure what I'd like to say. So there were a lot of information on where we are, so I want to say a few words on the current situation. Then it's a standard framework, so the next step is complications, so what challenges we are facing and what we need, what we are missing. The third thing is the key question, the many million euro question, like how can we ensure that money is going to rural communities, because that's a key concern for policy, of course, not just money, but support and capacity building aspects as well. And then a few answers from what I heard from you I will share, and some own ideas as well. And I will be short, as I promised. So first of all, the situation. I think we heard from Christine at the very beginning of the day that it's a challenging task, and it's been a challenging task for the Commission to design a new framework. But in this period, it's been particularly difficult. And why? Sorry, I'm going to the wrong direction. So first of all, there are several competing priorities, and I think we need to understand this in the rural development context as well. So there are the security issues, the competitiveness issues, and other issues that Christine mentioned, and we have to acknowledge that. The next thing is that there are many things in the regulation that we ask for, and Enrique just mentioned the declaration. So for instance, the integrated approach. This was one of the key points in the declaration as well, that it's better to work in an integrated approach rather than in silos. And I think we often forget the positive aspects. So sometimes we really focus on the criticism, but I think we have to acknowledge, and when we negotiate, we shouldn't forget that it's there and it's something positive that we ask for, or many of us ask for, so we have to appreciate that. Then what we heard also from Fabio and others, that there is a territorial focus, and it's an obligation. There is also an obligation to track where the money goes, and I think this is an issue we need to discuss quite a lot, and we are planning to discuss tomorrow also in the group, because this is a crucial thing, I think. It should be rural development, and small communities especially should be much better integrated into cohesion policy principles. I think over the years we forgot that. We are so much into sectoral, agricultural, rural development versus sometimes, unfortunately, versus rural development issues, that we have to start to discuss with DG Regio and cohesion policy how we can better integrate the rural areas and rural communities. It's also positive that we've got a flexible and agile framework, as we heard. So there is a lot of flexibility, and I think both Fabio and Kai were presenting us with a few options, that there are a lot of options for member states to design this and to combine the different measures, which is, again, a positive aspect of this. And also, of course, this all creates the possibility of synergies between different territorial levels, different territorial development strategies, which we should appreciate. But what we feel, and I think that's kind of the negative side, if I started with the positive, and sorry, Kai, I don't know where you are, but I stole your photo, but I credited it at the bottom, yeah? So it's not mine, it's his. So it comes at a price, because Fabio was mentioning that there is this big chunk which is not allocated. And of course, we all feel that there is a huge risk that it will not be allocated to rural areas. And I think that's our main concern, or the main concern of many rural stakeholders. So as Fabio said at the beginning, that the elephant in the room is somehow the money, how the money is at the end distributed and whether it really goes to rural areas. So I like this quote from Marianne, because I think it just so expressively tells what many of us feel, that in principle the integrated approach is an opportunity. In practice, it's a total disaster. I hope I quoted you correctly, Marianne, but I think it's kind of expresses our fears with this whole thing. So firstly, what we feel are missing, I don't want to repeat it because the whole day was about that, but I just quickly mentioned, so the ring fence of funding, we feel that without that, member states might not take that step of allocating the non-dedicated funding to rural areas, and we all fear that, and I think it's a realistic fear, and this is what we have to push for, and especially we also heard to local development approaches and participatory approaches like Leader and Smart Villages. The second is the territorial tracking, and it's crucial. If we don't define rural, and I have to say personally, I think that the NUTS level classification often hides, and there are many articles about that, intra-regional differences, and it doesn't show whether the money actually goes to local communities. So we need a much more granular local tracking of funding to understand what the situation is. Of course, we need the empowerment of local communities and ensure that cohesion policy includes rural proofing or the cohesion principles. We have to also guarantee a genuine multi-level partnership, and it was just mentioned by Ursula, I think, that Rural Pact model is not yet part of the regulation, but it's such a valuable method that it should be an integral part of the regulation as well, which is all about partnership. And of course, strengthen the data availability, and we need evidence on what money and what kind of funding and support goes to rural communities to be able to discuss this further. So to the question, and I put money because that was the beginning of the day, but I think it's not just money, it's all kind of attention and support and capacity building. So the big question now is how we can ensure that the money goes to rural areas. So firstly, I think it's very important what Tom said when he fed back from the European Rural Parliament, that we do not ask for help, we ask for support in partnership. And I think we know that rural communities are really an opportunity for many development issues, so they shouldn't be looked at like entities that should be just helped. But I hope, again, Tom, that I quoted you well, because I just quickly noted it down. So we heard in the morning that now we can be part of influencing this process, and I think that's why we are all sitting here. It's with the co-legislator, as Christine said, and we have the chance to try to influence. But we also heard from the European Parliament representative that they are really tempted to reject this proposal. So I think the big question now, like, shall we make an effort and can we make an effort to change this in the right direction, or will it go into the direction that it has to be rejected? And one of the critical issues also for the European Parliament, as we heard, that rural development goals are not included in the current regulation. So a few messages more from my side as a closing remark. What can we do? Because I think we need to take action. I think it's time we can complain and we can say this is not there and this maybe should be there, but I think we should be much more concrete than that. First critical thing is to form alliances. I think the Rural Pact community and you sitting here and us sitting here, it's an alliance, and that's why it's so strong. The Rural Pact Coordination Group, which will have its meeting tomorrow, it's got 30 different organizations from very different segments of rural development. We are also an alliance, and I think we have to somehow go into a joint direction. And that would help that cohesion policy is not against rural policy and farmers are not competing with other rural citizens, but somehow we need to make this an alliance. And I think we should look for these alliances and try to shape those alliances, which I think for me is one of the key messages and ways forward. The second is to be specific. I think we can talk in vague terms on what's missing and complain and it's not there, but I think it's the stage and the point in time, there is a window of opportunity, and we have to be concrete, because without that, I think we might not achieve what we want. I think the concrete, for instance, legislative amendment proposals like that of ILARD and that another one we just issued with Smart Village Network Services, and the things we will discuss tomorrow are very specific things on how to address these things. But also we have to be concrete on what we mean by rural development and rural communities, because often that's not defined and I think it's overlooked. And I could talk about that for ages, but I won't. So the last point is that we have to act at all levels, and I think it's been very, very inspiring to hear those awarded member states. We shouldn't forget it's not just at the European level, it's at the national level and regional level, and it's possible because some people and some entities and some authorities have done it. So I think we have to respect that. And with that, I want to close with Radim's words, or to close on a positive note, that maybe if we join please join forces, and he is at least sure that we can make it if we try. So thanks a lot.
Fantastic intervention. I can tell you it's not an easy job to listen and prepare this presentation in 3 minutes. Congratulations. What's now? We are heading to the end. In our events, we learn from your feedback. So we launched quickly an EU survey to learn for the future. This has been a first event, Policy Lab. We are talking about the future political framework, European political framework. So your feedback would be extremely useful to learn from this experience to hopefully apply it in the future. So if we take just a little bit, you take the QR and then make sure it works. I see there are some participants entering, so it works. You can answer this survey while I tell you some information about the next steps. Okay, I think it's okay. I think we can you can be answering with your phone and I can just briefly tell you information. Can we put my presentation on next steps? Voilà. So from the Rural Pact Support Office, I'm going to present what we're going to do in 2025. So there is no so long to get there, but there are still some activities. So first things is, we ask you not to take pictures. You didn't need to. We want you to focus on the content, basically because all the presentations will be up on the website pretty soon. We normally are very quick. We are going to share the list of participants with everyone with contact details. So you can continue exploring these ideas that you discussed during the groups and continue discussions, strengthening the alliance that we are building here today. The meeting was recorded, so all the presentations, panels, etc., will be. We will produce a video with the different presentations. You will get an email with when this is happening, so you don't need to be checking the website every day. And we collected all the harvest sheets, all the content, even if it was not mentioned in the reports back. We have the content of your discussion, and we are going to prepare a report with all these details. And this report is going to be shared with the community, but also with the Commission services. I just wanted to refresh a bit work that we have done on this topic. So I think the Rural Pact conference showed the spirit of the alliance that we want to build. And in that conference, we got the executive vice president executive vice president, I forgot now the name, sorry, and the commissioner for agriculture. But not only, we got the Committee of the Regions, we got a minister from Finland, we got the OECD, we got the Court of Auditors. Everyone at EU level at least was there. So at least we established some sort of dialogue there. It was, I think, a spark. We followed that today with the meeting today, but not only today. It was a topic on rural proofing discussed, but we have had also a policy lab in June where we digged in a lot on rural proofing. By the way, on the conference, the highlights report is already available. You will receive an email with that. And after today, tomorrow, we're going to take all the feedback and we're going to discuss it in the Rural Pact Coordination Group. We have 30 stakeholder organizations, and let's remind ourselves, we also have the European Parliament, the Committee of the Regions, the European Economic and Social Committee, and the Council present in the Rural Pact Coordination Group. So I think it's a strong ally that we can work with to come up with a strong voice for the future of rural areas. Let me remind me if I have. Very quickly, we have an online platform, and you can be part and register as a member of this online platform. You will get all these messages. So if you are not yet there, we encourage you to do so. In that platform, we have already more than 2,000 members only on the online platform. In the Rural Pact, way more. It's close to the 4,000 members in the Rural Pact. Some functionalities, you can connect with many different peers. You will find good practices. Governments, we had 4 examples of 4 governments today that committed to the pact. They can do it through the platform and find the information there. So if you want to encourage your government to commit to the pact, you find there the information. You will receive invitations, information, etc. So a lot of things are going on. You have community groups on specific topics that you can join, launch discussions about what we have discussed today, for instance. So I encourage you all to really join. And that's all from my side. And I covered 2025, but this 2025 is not the end of the Rural Pact. The Rural Pact continues. And Antonia, Head of Unit in DG Agri dealing with the Rural Pact, will tell us more about 2026.
Thank you very much. Just a few words, because it is true that perhaps many of you don't know, but today, and with the event of tomorrow, we are on the last events organized under the contract service that we have with Repso. So for those that today ask me, well, we spoke a lot about reinforcing, so the communication early this year was adopted by the Commission. We speak about reinforcing, strengthening the Rural Pact, while at the same time it is true that we have committed to facilitate as Commission the Rural Pact with all the activities, wonderful activities that we have organized thanks to the actual Repso colleagues that are here and this year. So what is the Commission going to do? Well, first of all, I would like I recognize the excellent job that our colleagues, Enrique and here, Ursula, Patricia, all the team that is here, Patricia, Pascal, have developed over these 2 years. We came from, imagine, we launched a Rural Pact. I think the baby is mature, is really mature, and I think everybody agrees here that we have really reached a level where we communicate, we have a power, and we can influence policy. So, first of all, thank you very much to the Repso colleagues. A big applause for the good work all these years. I think it has been great. It's not yet over. As I said, the Commission engaged, and this is really an engagement to continue and strengthening the Rural Pact. So what we have done, we are doing is, at least we have secured, we have committed to launch still till the next 2028 MFF is there, at least 2 years more, and we are selecting, we launch a call, and we are selecting till the end of the year a new contractor or a contractor, the best possible for you, that will continue implementing the activities. What we intend is, of course, to reinforce what has been done so far in these 2 years, building on what has been developed. It is not an issue of starting from zero, it's really building all the good work that has been implemented. Starting, and they were presented, in identifying good practices, events that we intend to really increase, and even going, some of you ask, to member states, to regions, mobilizing more commitments and really helping to more governments, more national, regional or local level commitments and helping them to implement. So improving the communication tools. So we believe we are constructing a very good project for the next 2 years, and this is how we, Commission, intend to implement this obligation that we took ourselves in the Commission communication on agri-food, really to strengthen the Rural Pact. So my message was double. Thank you. Excellent work to all of you, and in particular to Repso colleagues. We are engaged. It will continue. It is not the end. On the contrary, we build on the experience for the next 2 years. And from now till the end of the year, you will have more news about how are we going or who will be the support office that the Commission used to, because we are facilitators of the Rural Pact. We are responsible with our colleagues from DG Regio to implement the action plan, but the Rural Pact is you. It's in your hands. It's not the Commission. We facilitate with the help of very good professionals that are here today, and that we will see if we continue with them or with somebody else in the 2 years to come. That's for sure. This is the engagement. So thank you very much. That was my message. And again, thank you for today, and see you tomorrow for those that will be in the Rural Pact Coordination Group. Enrique.
Thank you very much, Antonia, also for the kind words. Thank you. So, we are heading to the end. We started the event opened by Catherine, Director in DG Agri. And we have been discussing rural is not just agriculture. We have as well with us Peter Verkovic, Director for Policy in DG Regio, who also has been listening to the conclusions of today and will close our event. So Peter, please, the floor is yours here.
Thank you. Shall I go here or shall I tell you?
As you feel more comfortable.
I feel a bit high up here, looking down on you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is always the most difficult part of a conference, particularly when you've only been there for the last session. So I really want to react a little bit to the conclusions I heard. And I'll try and be brief, because I know I'm keeping you all from more important things. What I wanted to do, and I listened very attentively to what you had to say, is that the focus has been very much on the threats of the new legal framework. Now, what I want to say to you is, yes, of course, this is absolutely your right, but you should also look at the opportunities, because in many respects, the new proposal for the Commission is a blank piece of paper. And a blank piece of paper, as was said just a minute ago, is a risk, but it's also an opportunity. And I want to help you become more aware of the opportunities there are, particularly within cohesion policy, because I think the focus has been very much around, let's say, the status quo, And I think I would agree with the message that I heard this afternoon, is that, quite frankly, the status quo is not really working. On the one hand, within the CAP, there seems to be a concern about an overly strong focus on agricultural activities and the resources that go with that. And then the cohesion policy is kind of a black box which no one has access to. Now, we hope in the proposal for the future that actually we provide a framework for a better integration of rural areas within what we would call cohesion policy, but will be this new framework. And there again, I mean, I think we have to move in that direction. We talk about integration, we talk about synergies. We know all about the difficulties. I have negotiated several frameworks, and this has always been an issue. Is rural development in with the same rules? Is it out? This framework offers a single set of rules. It offers a significant simplification of the way in which we apply our rules. And I really think that, having worked on this for a long time, this is something which really would make a difference to beneficiaries, not having to manage 3 or 4 different funding streams with different rules. Second point I'd want to make is that there are no easy solutions, and I think Catherine said. I mean, we're in a very difficult budgetary situation. There are not going to be magically more funds for cohesion policy, for rural development, I think we are really, perhaps we can see a bit of improvement in discussion with the co-legislators, but I think we are in a constrained situation. Therefore, the only option is to use the money better and to collaborate more. And I think collaboration is the key to it. Now, I've heard a lot about ring fencing, about earmarking. And I think this is a legitimate concern. This is a legitimate concern about how resources come and are visibly used in rural areas. Now, I think our take on that is what we need to do is to take it from the other direction, which is to have a better integration into the way we allocate money of the challenges facing rural areas. Now, you may or you may not be aware of this, and I actually looked it up on my phone. I mean, we have introduced into the new regulatory framework an obligation for the member states to concentrate resources on different types of territory. And I'll just read you what it actually says. It's Annex 7 of the MPR regulation. It says member states should concentrate resources taking into account the needs of, the specific needs, and challenges of rural areas. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Challenges of rural, especially those suffering from structural problems such as lack of attractive employment opportunities, skill shortages, underinvestment in broadband, connectivity, digital and other infrastructures and essential services, as well as youth drain, by strengthening the socio-economic fabric of those areas, in particular through job creation and support for young people and generational renewal. So, I mean, this is going to be part of our discussion with the member states. This is not something that was there before, and it will be a discussion for all of our policy for rural development and cohesion. And we intend to integrate into our analysis and what we say to member states about the challenges they face into the European semester. And this is a discussion which we will have together with colleagues with Agri. So we would expect that the specific problems of rural areas should be at the highest level of economic coordination through the mechanism which is the European semester. Now, all of these things are not perfect, but we think that there are opportunities there, and I think you need to reflect on the challenges and needs and how you feed these through to your member states. Perhaps the last point I'd say about cohesion policy. The part of what we have in the future, which is the cohesion policy objectives, is that there is a major shift away from the menu approach which we had in the last period with what was called thematic concentration, where we set essentially minimum percentages by thematic areas like innovation, like environment. The idea is to have strategies, regional strategies, whatever level you want to call strategies in the future, which are much more tailored to different needs of specific territories. There will be no EU-level concentration rules in the type we had before. And we will expect this will be much more based on the challenges faced by every region. And there's a discussion to be had about what level that is defined. And there we want to have an evidence-based discussion, and we want to focus the resources where the needs are most important. I want to say a few words about governance, because I think the proposals have triggered a lot of concerns about governance. And I just want to reassure you on behalf of DG Regio, also on behalf of my EVP, about our intentions on this. We want to see stronger partnership in the future. We want to see stronger multi-level governance. And we also, and this was a point which was realized, is that we realize that capacity is a major issue. And therefore, we have reintroduced, in fact, it's stronger than it used to be, a specific objective of support for administrative capacity building at all levels. This will be available within the programs of the future. The important thing is to do something intelligent with the money available for capacity building. And that is something which we need your input for, and we need your reflections on how this can best be done. On the issue of tracking, there will be improved tracking in the future. There will be stronger requirements to provide information on every single project. We already have something like this under cohesion policy called Cohesio. I'm not sure something similar exists exactly the same way for all, where every single project which is supported by the EU is published on a database, and we analyze that database. And in fact, for the purposes of our discussion on where expenditure is located, we use that database. So it's not just the reporting that member states do, but we actually look at every single operation, every single project, and say where has it been supported. So this will be something which will be part of the general framework for the future. So in your discussions about tracking, please look at what has been approached. Now, I include LEADER as part of the governance, but it is more than that. But I've said it before, and I will say it again here. LEADER is a European success story. I think it is incontrovertible. It has been something which has added value since its inception. And it is something which I'm very happy to say from the cohesion policy perspective, we see as a model. It's a model, it's durable, and therefore we would like to see it reinforced in the future, and there are different ways in reinforcing it. But one of the issues which does concern us, and I heard this echo as well, is that we do not want to see a separation of LEADER and other CLLD. We want to bring them together in order not only to, because we think it is part of the same family of interventions where we need to have mutual learning. If we talk about urban-rural linkages, I mean, we can't do kind of economic regeneration in small towns, in rural areas with cohesion policy, and then not talk to the people doing the. So our view is that we need to keep this together. We have to make it as simple as possible, and we have to try and ensure that the resources, wherever they come from, are easily accessible. Now, I just want to conclude with one important policy shift, which I sometimes have the impression passes, let's say, colleagues by working on rural development, which is this new initiative on right to stay. This is something which was set out in our President's political guidelines. It was given to our EVP in his mission letter. What is the right to stay? The right to stay was triggered by the letter report, which said we have a single market, but single markets shouldn't only be about concentrating people in the richest parts of Europe. It should be ensuring that people have the possibility to work and live wherever they are located. And on this, I mean, there are different aspects. Some of the aspects which are often raised in the context of the Pact, but also rural development more generally, which is the provision of local services. But the other side is about making places more attractive, more vital, and their local initiatives and LEADER in particular have a particular role to play. So we will be launching a call for evidence quite soon on this. The initiative will be proposed, I think, in the middle of next year, if I'm correct. Take this. I mean, this hasn't finally been decided by my EVP, but please be ready to respond to that, because I consider that this is a real opportunity for you to make your voice heard, and to explain what you can offer in the context of this new initiative for not only cohesion policy, but the Commission across. So I wanted to come to you today to conclude. I was very happy to hear that what I just said to you reflected a little bit what has been summarized before. But my main message is please be part of the discussion not only on the future of rural development, but also on the future of cohesion policy, because cohesion policy contains significant elements for rural areas as well. So with that, I'd like to wish you an excellent evening and thank you for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Peter. This is the end of the journey today. For most of you that need to fly back home, we really wish you a nice flight, and we hope there are no more drones in Brussels this time, and that it doesn't take you as long as to go to New York to get back home. So hopefully it's easy this time. And for the RPCG members, Rural Pact Coordination Group members, we will see you tomorrow again here to continue with the discussion. Thank you, everyone.